Hey Jerry, can you check the sound? There, I'm getting text that there's no sound.
We
Sorry.
did have an update on our software, but that should not be affecting the sound.
Sorry to interrupt, Mike.
No, absolutely.
No.
We'll pause here for a minute, let Mr. Hooper make his way back. I hope everyone had a good Easter. I know my family did. It was great. Beautiful day. Sun shiny and cool, but you know what?
It's nice day.
Won't be long, we'll be complaining about how hot it is every day, so.
You're right.
You think we're fixed up, Mr. Hooper?
Rob's looking at it.
Okay, hopefully. Well, I'm gonna just carry on. Hopefully the folks out there can hear, because what I'm saying, this is a reminder for you, but it's also a reminder for the public. And I'm gonna take this opportunity as report and communication county executive. And really what I'm addressing is the budget session that's coming up right behind this meeting. So like I said, this is just a reminder for you, but honestly, there's a lot of the public that's maybe a little confused about how things work and what the precedence is. So we all understand that the legislative body controls the purse. They control the money, they determine who gets how much, as long as, you know, obviously within the confines of state law. We also understand that conversation before, but in order to give money away, you have to take it from the taxpayers. And this legislative body, the 14 of you, that's what you're tasked with, and that's who determines the tax rate for the county. We've mentioned this many times, but necessary, is it a need, is it a want? And most of all is what they're asking for in the best interest of the actual taxpayers. We had fairly good sales tax, local option sales tax revenues this year. You know, we understand that every penny of sales tax offsets our property tax, so it's a wonderful thing. The more sales tax we bring in, the less we require from property taxes. Another thing to be mindful with our budgets, and I think that most people, most department heads, and I'll just say this, if the shoe fits, wear it. They recognize that unspent funds just roll back into fund balance, and that's a good thing. So when you have folks that are mindful of the expenses and they're doing what they can, we don't mind budgeting for them, do we? Because we know that what they don't spend is just gonna roll back. But there's also, and I hate to say it, but there are some, very few, that do that last minute scramble trying to spend every dollar that they have before the fiscal year ends. And, you know, I don't like that. I don't think that most people would. But we need to be mindful of that. And like I said, most folks do really, really well with that. This year, you know, we have a reassessment year that happens every 6 years, and they reassess the property taxes. Last year, we had a ratio year where they applied a ratio to our personal property taxes. This year is what's called an update year. So because we exceeded 10% growth in value, we actually, Humphreys County, according to the state of Tennessee, experienced a 26% increase in values and growth. What that means for us is that the state is going to apply a new certified tax rate on Fish County, we probably will not have that figure until early June. So, for budget purposes, we can count on having, we should receive at least what we received last year, but we won't know exactly how much we receive until we get the new certified tax rate from the county, so, or from the state, excuse me. The state of Tennessee will be sending out new tax cards to all the property owners here in the county. So about the time you feel like you have your arms wrapped around it and everything's in great shape, they throw another wrench in the spokes. But it's not anything that we won't figure out like we have every other year and be fine. So that's what I had for you this morning. I just, a reminder, as we go through these budgets, that the taxpayers are counting on us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, just an update, the Facebook is not, the YouTube is working, correct? The YouTube link is working, but they're sharing the YouTube link over to Facebook because the sound was not coming on Facebook, so the YouTube link is shared on Facebook.
So if you click if you go to Facebook, there'll be a link to the YouTube. You click it, it'll open up, everything will work fine.
Oh, that's how we've actually been doing it now for some time, so I'm not sure what the purposes were. Yep, that's our standard procedure.
Then it'll work.
Okay.
Mr. Grigg, you wanna go over to other business?
Yeah, in your packets, you will find a TCRS employer rate. They've got a mandated increase on our, this is our retirement for county employees. So, just so you know that we're paying 4.3 now, which was a little higher than the required rate, but that was 4.17. They're having an increase up to 4.48, which is fairly insignificant increase over what it was, but we want this to be brought to your attention and ask for approval from y'all if we can get a consensus that you want to go ahead and match the 4.48% rate.
Do we need that in motion, or we need that just a consensus?
Either one, we can do a motion and a second vote, that'd be great. For the record.
For Mr. Pagriba's explanation, entertain a motion to move the retirement to 4.48%. It is required whether.
That's the minimum employer rate through TCRS for this year.
Just get it on the record, I'll entertain a motion in a second. Got a motion, Terry Coleman, second, Harold Stewart, to accept this. Please vote.
You have 12 yes.
Thank you.
All right, next, behind that, you should also have reports of debt obligation. This is the $9,076,000 that we closed on with USDA at an interest rate of 3.5% for the new McEwen School, which is required to be reported to you all and put in the minutes of the meeting.
Any action to be taken on that?
No, sir.
Okay, under citizens petitions and grievances, no one signed up, but we have one opportunity, anyone in the audience. Moving on, item 10, resolutions. Item A, school board budget amendments, $605,856.04. Dr. Lamb?
Yes, these are budget amendments from the last several months. We've been, we're at that. I'm gonna move this out here if it's okay. I feel a little close there. It's the, time of the year to try to clean up our budget to get to that point. I don't have exactly that 611 in front of me because I got them grouped together. And so if there's any questions about any of the budget amendments, I'll entertain those, or if you'd like further explanation. Mostly what you're seeing here is a combination of the following. Insurance was more than we expected. We budgeted 3% because, as you know, the insurance rate goes from January to December, but a fiscal year goes from July to June, and so you get caught there trying to predict what the insurance rates are going to be without knowing that. So it was a little more than what we had anticipated, so we're not asking for more money. We're just trying to, anywhere where there was cost savings, move money around to balance the insurance costs across the district. Do you have any questions about any of these budget amendments that you'd like to know? If I had one of your sheets, I could maybe explain a little deeper about what they are, because mine are all put together. Well, okay, that's kind of what I have. I just don't know how 600,000 and the other ones. Okay, I'll just go through them for you real quick to entertain you here. I know y'all don't have anything that's going to take up most of your time today because you don't have the school budget. But anyways, that's coming. Long story short, in 141 general instruction, basically, Mr. Hooper, you can have this back because this is what I have. Long story short, in general 141 general instruction, that's where probably 50% of the school budget is spent. That's where the most teachers are paid out of. That line alone, 116, has almost $9 million in it. But what you're seeing here was there was teachers that were on a program called Staff EZ. Basically, we paid them out of other contracted services. The state came back and said you can no longer do that. So we are moving that money out of other contracted services into the teacher line. The supplements that you see extended contracts being decreased. 20,000 and it's being moved to supplement. The state gives us a chart of accounts. For whatever reason, they ended that chart of accounts on that line, and so we're moving that money from one line to the line that the state would like the money in. And then there's a shortage of medical insurance of $33,000 that we're using the various lines to cover. Same thing at the next one, $400, covering medical insurance. Career and technicals, the exact career and technical, what they're trying to do here is they're paying the medical insurance, and then there were some overages, and there's some instructional supplies that Miss Dale's teachers would like to purchase, and so we're moving the money there to buy that. Another $400 medical insurance coverage. Guidance counselors is short considerably in medical insurance and a little bit in salary, so moving money there to cover that. You roll over. This again is support services where we're paying somebody through other contracted services. State said you can't do that, moving that money around. Shortage in medical insurance. Also, one thing to note about medical insurance is you might say, how could you be $8,000 off of medical insurance? Come on. Well, two ways. One, somebody moves around. They're like a teacher this year, school counselor next year. Those things happen. But two, they have open enrollment. So somebody can change their insurance elections in October, November to start January 1. So some of what you're seeing is we had it budgeted pretty accurately, and then somebody changed their insurance election, and then we have to cover that. And kind of like to what Mr. Pagreeb said earlier about budgets, we budget down right to the dollar. So if this is what the insurance election is this year, we don't put any fluff in there because it's taxpayer dollars. So we budget right. And then if they change their elections, then we're forced to find that somewhere else and make it up. The next one is a kind of a unique one. Educational technology. For whatever reason this year, the internet bill saw a considerable increase from what we were expecting. So we were $8,600 short in internet connectivity. We have some software renewals, and they're trying to buy some devices because the state's moving online testing or the state's moving TCAP testing in grades 3 through 5 to online. So because of that, there's been a big demand from teachers in the grade 3 to 5 space about more technology, because next year, not this year, but next year when those children take TCAP, they will do it on a computer. So trying to find some money there to replace. Another thing is, with ESSER money, we were able to buy a lot of Chromebooks, and now how do you sustain all those things with that government money? So I just want to caution that teachers might not see a lot of new devices, but the Chromebooks and things that we have, this will help us replace and upgrade what we have. Office of the Superintendent, shorten the secretary line, various other FICA taxes, and office supplies, moving that from communications. Medical insurance, maintenance of the plant, short $1,500. Fund 41, transportation is cleaning this up. What we're trying to do, depends on what the board will do Thursday night, but there's enough money in here with gasoline and different things, and it's taken from some other categories, trying to help buy a bus with some of our cost savings this year to help out the budget for next year. However, there'll be a deep discussion at the board meeting about seat belts and those various things. Also, we bought a bus this year in the school budget. The bus is not set to be delivered till June 15th. If it's not delivered by June 30th, that money rolls into the fund balance, and then we'll have to put it back into the budget next year. And so the Thomas buses we have been buying have an issue with some emissions testing, and we haven't been able to get a bus this whole calendar year that we ordered back last year around this time. Next one is SPED Pre-K. It's short $21, so we're moving that money around to cover Medicare. Support services, health services, moving some money around there to try to cover some in-services, staff development, other salaries and wages, and FICA taxes that come with that. ISM money, the state gave us an increase in $4,313.52. Why, we don't really know, but we have to now budget that. So while we did that, Ms. Dale cleaned up some more of that grant that we have for one more year. Some new money we received. The next two are new money that the state provided us through grants. One is early literacy tutoring grant, and the other is the innovation grant. Basically, what we're doing here is trying to find children, especially like third grade students that are at risk for scoring below grade level on TCAP, provide any after school or before school or during school tutoring activities that we can to make sure that they are ready for the TCAP. And that's basically the 1 and 2 that you have on your resolutions.
Any other questions for Dr. Lowndes? Any discussion? Have a motion for Kathy McClanahan, second Van Malone. Accept these transfers, please vote.
You have 12 yes.
Thank you. Item B, the school project for flood county fund, account 49,500 entitled other loan proceeds, this decreased by $2,399,925.79. This was the actual payoff of that loan, and it was watered to First Federal. It is paid off. The 9130 entitled education fund capital projects have increased by $2,360,000. That was the principal on that loan. And the next item, the 91,300, was the accrued interest. Any questions on accepting that? All right, I have a motion, Jerry Hoover, second Marilyn Phillips. Please vote.
Says I did. I don't know. I did. Says yes.
You have 12 yes.
I don't know.
Thank you. Item C, Sheriff's Office budget amendment for $10,000. Resolution to amend the fiscal 25-26 budget for acceptance of grant funds and transfer it to proper expenditure line. This grant was to fund 2 deputies' initial equipment setup, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes, the sheriff he's over at grand jury, he'll be over in a few minutes. This is a grant that, we don't anticipate having to send anybody to the academy, and part of that grant allows us to, fund all their vests, equipment, everything. And so they reimburse us $5,000 per deputy we send to the academy. And
voted, I pushed it. Okay, okay.
You have 12 yes.
Thank you, full commission. Item D is the revenue account 49,700 entitled insurance recovery is increased by $6,351.83. And account 54,110 entitled sheriff's department is increased by $6,351.83 at line item 388 entitled maintenance and repair of service vehicles. This is where the sheriff stopped a,
This is where we had a stolen vehicle pursuit, and the guy did a strong arm robbery over in Dixon. Whenever he came back into Humphreys County, we got him hemmed up, and it turned into he stripped naked and tried to drive away. And to keep the guy from actually getting out further, the sheriff rammed him with his truck and caused about $7,000 worth of damage.
thank you, Ross. Any other discussion? I have a motion, Marilyn Phillips, second, Danny Wagner. Please cast your vote.
There we go.
You have 12 yes.
Thank you. Move to full commission. Item E, capital funds project fund balance amendment, $16,919.62. This is the CDBG grant for the city of Waverly. This is pass-through money for that project. Any other discussion on it?
It's all done.
All done. Good job. All right. Have a motion, Van Malone, second, Captain Clanahan. Please cast your vote.
You have 12 yes.
Move to full commission. Next, we have item F, account 39,000 entitled unassigned is decreased by $11,150. Account 58,400 entitled other charges is increased by $5,000. At line item 506 entitled liability insurance. Account 58,400 entitled other charges is increased by $6,150. At line item 513 entitled workers' compensation. An insurance audit revealed we had more people working than we were paying insurance for, and this is to make that right.
Yes, sir, they go through an audit at, the fiscal year end, and this is for increases in liability and work comp insurance. This is new money that was not budgeted.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Have a motion, Captain Clanahan, second, Van Malone. Please cast your vote.
You have 12 yes.
Thank you. Item G is accepting a $100 donation. Rick, you have the name?
Yes, this is another donation that was made in the honor of Miss Jean Thompson to the, Humphreys County Library. That it accepts the gift and puts it in the expenditure line.
Thank you. I have a motion, Captain Clanahan, and a second, Jerry Hooper. Please cast your vote.
You have 12 yes.
Thank you. Move to full commission. Item H is a resolution to hire Community Development Partners LLC. This is a resolution to authorize engineering firm for this CDBG, grant for the city of McEwen. They provide the engineering services. Any discussion? Have a motion, Van Malone, sorry, Gary Hooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Has there been any, estimated dollar amounts, or is this coming out of the grant money, or is this gonna be out of our pocket to pay for the previous resolution and this one?
Mr. Chairman, they'll be paid if and when this grant is obligated
Paid by?
by the grant.
By the grant, okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
That money just passes through the county, right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Motion, Van Malone, second, Terry Coleman. Please cast your vote.
You have 12 yes.
Thank you. Item J, resolution to make appointments to the Board of Equalization. The only change currently will be Wayne Hooker will replace, Tommy Burkett. Okay. Any discussion? Have a motion, Gary Hooper, second, Kathy Clanahan. Please cast your vote.
You have 12 yes.
Thank you. Next item is K. It's a general fund budget amendment for $4,000. This is a resolution to authorize acceptance of a donation from Oxychem to amend the fiscal year 2025-26 budget to transfer proper expenditure line items for economic and community development. This donation of $4,000, $3,000 will be used for offset salaries and $1,000 for supplies. I think it's a lunch and learn, you said?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we had that tagged to cover expenses with lunch and learns with industry partners in the area.
Thank you. Any other questions? Have a motion, Kathy Clanahan, second, Terry Coleman. Please cast your vote.
You have 12 yes.
Thank you.
Chairman,
Griffin.
I just want to introduce to you all our airport manager. I seen him sitting out here, Mr. Jeff Fincher. Most of you all probably don't see him on a day-to-day basis or nearly as often as I do, and he's here. So if Mr. Fincher, if you want to stand up, say hello, and if y'all have any questions that you'd like to ask about our airport, that's the man right there who knows all about it. Thank you for being here, Mr. Fincher.
when our property values change, you take out the new property, but when property values change, to bring in more money, 14 commissioners have to raise the property tax rate. So just because property values increase does not bring more money into the county. It's not until the legislative body actually does a tax increase. So if that kind of helps you make sense, that, you know, and most people, they don't understand that. I didn't understand it prior to coming into office. I mean, we all think that if our property's assessed higher, that we're automatically paying more taxes. That's not true. Although, when there are reassessments and adjustments made, there are certain people that may pay more, but it's not that the tax rate changes. It's only when the legislative body agrees to raise taxes that that tax rate changes and the property owners see a bona fide tax increase. So this year, that's exactly what's going to happen. That we've had an increase in values. The state's going to come in expenditures. Let's move on to the fun stuff. Page 8, the first one is the county commission. And one of the things that, you know, the elephant in the room here is that we're going to need to determine what percent raises that we want to do. The feedback that I'm getting, the consensus that I have is that we think, and I don't want to speak for you all because you all make the decision, I don't, but the consensus is that raises should be flat across the board. In other words, we're not going to do different percent raises for different departments. It's going to be, we're going to pick a rate that the county employees pay is going to increase across the board, unless, I'll say that unless if somebody, you know, is able to present a compelling argument on why something should be different. But you know, whether it's 2% or 3% or 4%, that's what you all are going to have to decide on what we're going to do for county raises. And I don't mean to keep hammering this home, but I just want to instill upon you that when you give it, you're going to have to take it from somewhere, and that's to take it from the taxpayers. Because if the revenues are nearly flat, and you know, expenditures keep going up. Every department, you know, generally speaking, it's pretty safe to say that it costs more every year. Well, if you spend it all every year, then how in the world are you not going to raise taxes every year to have a structurally balanced budget? So if every year you just keep giving what everybody's asking for, and the revenues aren't there to match it, you really don't have a choice but to raise taxes. Last year we had about a $40,000 excess. We were $40,000 in the black when we finished our budget, and that went away in the black to start with. How in the world are you going to give it without taking? And I'm just going to say another thing, and you can't tell me that we cannot figure out how to cut expenses on certain things. You know, we have, and I'm not saying it's intentional, but you have departments that one year they might need new computers, or they might need this, and we put money in a budget line for them to get it. Well, a year later, do you remember what department had to buy computers and who had to do what? Most of us don't. It's hard to keep up with. But then when we go back through the budget, we look at, well, they had $3,500 in it last year, and they either kept it the same or it's a very small increase. But the question is, do they even need it? And I'm not saying that anybody's intentionally doing anything, but we can't keep going up and up and up on every single line item and expect to not have to raise taxes. You'd have to raise taxes every darn year to do it. So do we need to buy new furniture every year? Do we need to buy new computers every year? Do we need to buy new cars every year? Typically not. I mean, these are not things that you have to buy every single year. So we just need to take the time to go through these budget lines and determine, hey, yes, this is an absolute need, and we're going to have to figure out how to fund it. And I'll say this, and again, there's some budgets have a lot more room than others. There are some budgets that are so tight they don't have room to cut anything. They don't. They have their 2 or 3 or 4 employees. They give their modest cost of living increase raise. All their other budget lines are nearly identical. You can't ask them. They don't have anything to cut. I'll talk about my budget line, the county executive. We have more opportunity for that. You'll notice that my bottom line, I we gave employee raises and, and reduced the budget over what we asked for last year because we could. And I kinda did it as a point just to show you that you can do it. We did it. Does it make sense for me to do it? In some ways, not necessarily, because what we don't spend is gonna go right back to the fund balance anyway, and the departments that do that, it's easier to give them a little.
Mr. Berger,
Yes, sir.
what percentage of our total expenditures are salary based?
Well, don't ask me that off the top of the head, Mr. Malone. I don't know that, I don't know exactly.
That's an extremely important thing. If we're gonna talk about it, I mean, realistically, look through these numbers. I mean, cutting the expenses in those other areas don't have a big impact. Our salary numbers drive everything.
I'll let Tiana get that number for us, maybe, Kit and I will help with that. We can get that back to you shortly, but yes, sir, good point. There are a lot of things that they're nearly fixed, like there are certain things that can't be cut, salary lines, that small, modest percentage of pay, it's not what's making or breaking our budgets. It's the added employees and the different positions that are picked up that probably make the most significant amount of changes.
I mean, if you look through these different departments that we've got the little slivers here on, the 101 fund, the majority of them are well over 70% of all their expenses are salary based.
Yep. And that will change from department to department. I mean, that, like, again, my office compared to the registrar's office or someone like that, theirs is
Oh, theirs is
probably
90%.
90%. Yeah.
But it's awful hard to look at somebody that's in one of those smaller slivers and tell them that cutting expenses is going to be enough to offset a salary increase.
Right. They can.
Exactly.
Right. That was my point. Those offices, they don't have an opportunity to cut, but other ones do. Like again, for my office, we're paying the bills across the county for all the buildings and maintenance and so forth. So all of that money is put in our budget, and they don't have any of that in their budget. So, even with coming up with that percentage, it's going to come off from department to department. It's going to be contrast.
Right, but I mean, in terms of spending all day going line by line through here with 14 people that don't know the details of any of these lines, that seems pretty stupid. I mean, if we want to start at the top and talk about how we're going to distribute money, we need to be looking at the big picture again.
Well,
what do we have in terms of expenses that are salary, benefits, operating expenses, and capital debt? And then from there, figure out where we want to squeeze stuff out of.
I mean, and I'm not arguing with you or saying, that if you want to call it pretty stupid, but you 14 are the ones that decide every line item, and you all need to be looking at every single line item.
I don't disagree with that statement at all.
Whether
But
we
what
do
I'm
it in
saying
this meeting.
is the 14 of us are not qualified to know the details of what's going into those lines.
Yep.
And the fact that we're the ones making the decisions and we don't know the details of what are driving those lines is not a great system.
It's complicated, and that's where if you see anomalies or things that don't look quite right, we need to ask questions about it. And that's when we say line by line, I'm not expecting to talk about every single line item here, but while we're sitting here going through it, please look at every single line item. Please look at the totals. They tell the tale pretty quickly, and if you see large differences between the total on last year's or the original budget to this year, then go back up and figure out why is it so far off from where it was last year? Is it a modest percent, or is it something big? So help us as we go through this. Let's go through the budgets, look at the numbers. If you see anomalies or things that don't make sense, ask questions. We're looking for if we're gonna decide upon a flat rate, what we think your county employee raises need to be for this year. Why don't we start with that question?
I got a quick question.
Yes,
Just for my knowledge, on looking at that second column, that column that doesn't have any heading, actual 2025, nothing under it. What is that next? Or am I just not?
It's supposed to be the next column over.
That's what I wanted to make sure. Okay.
That-
I was thinking that, but I thought, why does it not have a heading?
that would have been the audited lines. And one more thing, and I'm gonna just say this. Yeah, we don't have the expertise here. A lot of us don't, but don't you agree that we can all do better when it comes to figuring out these budgets? This is I don't even know who came up with this system to have 14 people on a budget committee. There's a lot of counties that hand select a few people, and that's on their budget committee, and they all work together. The way Humphreys County does it, and how it was when I came into office, is like my office is responsible for compiling all this and sorting through it, and we have all 14 members as part of the budget committee. I didn't set this in place, but if we're going to have 14 members on it, and the 14 members all have equal say on it, I'm not saying it's a bad system, but that means that all of us do really need to take the time to learn the budgets, and that is line by line. And you know what? At the end of the day, let's figure out how to do this better. I mean, how many of you can say that you really do understand all this? You vote on it. Some do. A lot of people probably don't, but I know we can do better than what we have, for sure. I'm wrong, so. I base that on 3%. And that, like I said, this is every single department in the county. We need to decide, are we doing 0%, 1, 2, 3, 4? What do you all want to do for cost of living raises, if any, for county employees?
How much does each 0.5% increase the expense?
Total? We never figured that. I mean, can we at least get a total of what the salary is countywide?
Mr. Chairman, while they're doing that, I'm going to go back and address something that was said earlier about a budget committee and the full commission.
Yeah.
We did that earlier as I was on the commission. We had a budget committee and a public works committee. The problem with that was if you weren't on that budget committee, you really didn't know what was going on. So if you were going to do your due diligence at the regular commission meeting, you wound up having to go to those budget meetings,
Yeah.
which you weren't a member of and couldn't vote or speak, but yet you had to go. If you didn't, you were off. You can't count for the full commission. I'm not sure it would be prudent to leave commissioners out of making
requesting, I think during last year's budget workshop, that all department heads be here during this time. That way I completely agree with Colonel on this, and I think that, we do have questions, and only the department heads would be able to truly answer those questions. And my next item that I want to bring up is and I think that, what I have read, the federal cost of living increase is 2.8% this year for 2026.
That's what the state did.
That's what the state did, 2.8%.
I believe so, yeah.
2.63 is the state. Okay, I saw 2.8 with the federal, so I guess the state did not apparently go with the federal. So anyway, that's what you kept on referring to the question that we need to come up with a number for across the board increase if we're going to do cost of living increase like this. So I think the discussion does need to be had. That what percentage are we going to try to agree with?
And I'll have the total salary numbers here momentarily, and I can work on it.
Thank you. I yield.
So the department head request what they've asked for, you can look at the 2026 original budget,
twenty-five was zero. You budgeted 10,000 and so far it's zero this year. What does taxes say?
So that's a perfect example. It was zero in 25 in audit. It was zero this year. It, so, you know, it's $10,000. And if we, how would you feel about reducing that to say a couple $1,000, and then if something comes up and we need it, you know, there's nothing that keeps people from coming back here and saying, hey, I need a budget amendment. So, or Mr. Coleman just said 500. 1,000, 500, what number y'all want to put in there?
Honestly, it's been zero for 2 years. And we can always come back, like you said, Mr. Pedreva, and make an amendment later on.
We can, but if there's something that just pops up that needs to be paid, and again, I don't mind having something in there when they're not purposely spending it. If Miss Edie, if she wanted to do a line transfer, she could have moved that money in another line and spent it without coming in front of y'all. So let's put, my recommendation would be to at least put 500 in case there's some kind of fee that could come off.
did it back to the original 26 budget on the requested. I don't have my exact numbers subtracted out there yet. Yeah, and the 4% increase that she has.
Was
And
it
if we,
even
if we stick
travel?
with the 4%, but I mean, I guess what I'm saying is, that already gets us back to the original budget for 26.
Even the travel, it went from 269 to 2,000. Looks like to me you could come back down just a smidge, you know. I mean, I like going to meetings too, and I know you need to learn, but contract that they would need to come, I mean, would they charge to come for? But then so they could come during the year, cause we've already paid for that, so. We just don't have any check to pay so much. Oh, okay, I thought she said he came one time and she had to pay his trucking stuff, so.
Yeah.
Miss Edie, before you go, I'm sure I speak for all the acquisition, all the citizens that appreciate you and your staff and all y'all do. Thank you.
would we need to do to change that expense if we did that? What about that 6,000? Okay, we'll lower that.
Contracted services, $12,000.
That is when we bought our plat scanner, so I don't use that. That was just a one-time when Miss Jan Davis was still in office. And that's when our plat scanner, either our plat scanner or our cabinets were purchased.
Okay, so we spent $6,222 out of it this year, but as far as you know, is that now paid and in the free and clear?
And other charges?
No,
Other contract.
Oh, contract.
That's your plat scanner service.
Oh,
Is that not
yes. $3.99. Oh, yeah, that's where I pay to have, that with RJ Young.
correct? That's your
Yeah.
plat scanner.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so is that based?
No, my other contract services. Let's go back. That's my progress. That's my hardware and software people, that I pay $1.95 for every document that's recorded in my office.
Is that
Plus, I,
$399?
yes, sir.
Line item $399.
Mm-hmm.
That's based on how many copies are out.
How many documents I record in my office. That doesn't have anything to do with the collection tax, the transfer tax, or the mortgage tax. They get $1.95 for every document that I record. So, just like last month, we had a record of collecting over $100,000 for our office. But that may have just been 500 documents. So to them, they don't care about the money I collect. They want me to record a lot of documents. But I also have I don't know if I brought it with me or not, probably not. And they also send me an inventory list of charges that I have to, and I left that at my desk, that I already have for next year's, and it's about $900 and something. So that's why I leave a good chunk in there, just in case. I never know if I'm going to have a record amount of documents recorded.
Okay.
You're based on 4% on your salary,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Any other questions for Ms. Gunn?
Is there any way, Ms. Gunn, to reduce that 12,000 for that other contracted services?
You want to come?
Historically, I'm saying, I guess, because in '25, it was $7,759. Thus, so far this year, 6222. Any way possibly take it down to 8,000 or 9, whatever? I mean, I'm just going by historical so far.
Because then you could come back and ask for more.
I could, and like I said, that's my hardware and software. That's the progress, the company I have. And if I have a big record, because just depends on how the real estate's going. I don't like cutting myself short, but I can go back and double check, because I just wanted to give myself a good amount. I did go down on other line items for that,
I
but
guess what I'm trying to attempt to do, and I think all of us are,
I know we're trimming.
Your 26 budget is $212,807, and there's $4,000, $4,600. I'm sorry, the 30. Got me on my math there. $3,800 increase for this year's budget. I mean, I'm just trying to get back. Possibly, if we can see something, we could peel off a little bit, get it back down to the original 26 budget.
so I can trim it down, but it'll probably be about this time next year that I'll probably ask for money to pay my bill, because I never know. I mean, it averages between $500 to $600 a month, with a once a year $900 and something for my inventory.
But like you said, you'd only spent 6,200.
So far.
So far, yes. So,
And 25, you spent $7,759.
okay.
That's what I'm
Okay.
saying. Actual 25 was less than 8,000, and through 3 quarters, we're at
Yeah, we can-
62.22. I'm just trying to.
Yeah, we could go down, just let you know that there will be a chance that I'll probably, if I do get low, I'll come up here before I,
On the safe side, could we not, excuse me, on the safe side, could we not just, for a couple $1,000, to $10,000?
Maybe.
okay,
That's,
I'm willing to wiggle. I'm gonna double check with everything, I'll run my numbers again.
10,000? And I do recognize where you cut some of your other line items. That's appreciated. Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Gunn?
Kind of let me point out, in the fees that she generates and collects, every quarter of the instrument, she collects and pays that processing fee, the dollar,
Yes, that dollar,
so that goes into 23. And she pays this outfit that makes her look at the system online, $1.95. So really, of that money, only 95 cents theoretically is all
Yes, sir, they do, to a third party. Mm-hmm.
All of that fee, she's getting some of that back off the fee she paid.
And our system does update every 15 minutes, so everything that the girls just recorded, you can see online right now. So I think we're getting our money's worth. And this company that we switched to, which every company charges $1.95 per document, but the company that we switched to a couple of years ago, before Miss Jan retired, is the best company that we've ever had. I talk to owners when I have an issue. They resolve my problem right there on the phone. If I have a customer in front of me, or if it's something that's on my desk, they resolve it. They are great. So the fact that they're only getting $1.95 from me a document, I'm extremely thankful for what we do pay them.
Thank you, Ms. Gunn.
Thank you. Thank you. Y'all have a blessed day.
Y'all wanna go through the rest of the budget, make the sheriff sit here, or you wanna just jump right over? Sure. Jump right over the
Scaring me. You gonna start in the jail, or you gonna start on the law enforcement side?
54-110 is the first one, Sheriff.
Sounds great. May I start with a question? Are we going with a 3% or a 4%?
We're gonna decide that at the end of the day, I think, by the end of the day.
That's gonna make a difference on our figures, is the reason I'm asking. It's your world. I'm just in it.
Well, I think what he was wanting to do, and I apologize, Mr. Truba, I think what he's wanting to do is try to see what we were looking at overall before we decide.
No worries, I'm good. $3%. I do.
Sheriff, we talked a little bit about it, so your deputies, you got a 3%.
Correct.
Your accountants and bookkeepers, you changed personnel there, so that percentage is a little different, but you wanna explain?
That's correct. What I did is I cleaned up some items, and if you would forward me the opportunity, when we get over into the jail side, you're going to see how things come together. And what I mean by that is from 54-220, 160 is a different animal. I have to treat the jail and law enforcement as two different budgets. If you go over to the jail line item and look over at 54-210, 160, you're going to see that there's a lot smaller of an increase there, and that's actually including one new staff member, and I'll be happy to talk with that when I get there. But if you'll forward me the opportunity to bring that all together, then I'll do so. Or I can do it now, whatever you choose.
Well, if we're on that, so you had a 12% basically change increase on accountants and bookkeepers.
Yes, sir, that's taking someone from the jail staff into that line item, into that 119 line item. It's a staff member. She is getting a 3% raise, but it's the change going from the corrections to that line item. I only have two people in this particular line item, so if you move any kind of change, you're going to have a very significant increase to affect the percentages drastically.
What line item did that come out of in the jail?
It's going to come out of the 54-220, 54-210, 160 line item. Correct.
And was I correct in understanding that you are adding, you have one additional guard to look at folks?
I'm actually adding an administrative staff with the corrections part of this scenario that we have going forward. I think we still have, 10 employees to add, so I chose the most important employee that I felt was necessary to get the most experience, and that is going to be into the paperwork admin side of the jail, knowing the paper, the state functioning, the state helping with the state inmates, helping with the most important paperwork person that we're going to have to add into that mix to be able to get the most experience and the most knowledge before we start making that transition upstairs or up the hill. If I may, if afford me the opportunity here again, if you would come down through the different line items with me, if you're looking at it like 54 or 110, 140, that is a grant line item. I know it's salary supplements. You do see an increase. That is a state reimbursed line item. Come down to 140, you'll see recruitment and retention, 25,000. That is a grant as well. School resources officer, 349,417, grant as well. Overtime, I basically kept overtime the same, and you'll see that a lot of consistency through my line items as we go through the budget. Overtime mental health, grant. Other salaries and wages, 189. There again, it's a cleanup. I think you're seeing a 6.4. There was another employee that transferred from corrections over into that line item. What I try to do is in these other line items, movement from corrections, that's in other words, they're gaining steps and advancement. So I was able to make that line item. Social Security, it is what it is. That's not a grant, but that is the labor part of the labor cost. This is the first time that we're ever seeing that actually in budget figures. Social Security, you'll see a blank there on 201 Social Security THSO. THSO is a different animal. This is Tennessee Highway Safety Grant. This Tennessee Highway Safety Grant, it is what it is. It's on the federal system. I'll give you an example of why I didn't put that figure in there. We got notice probably a month ago that we needed to do a 21% decrease, and I never know what these budget or what these figures are going to be until October. So I left that blank to come back in front of you with it at that time. We done that I did that for the reason of going back, a couple meetings ago, talking about things and needs that come up and bringing them back in front of you at that time. Yes, sir.
Quick question on the Social Security, employer, Medicare. I see that on the guard, on the jail side as well.
Yes, sir.
And that has not been budgeted, like you said before, 25, and also last year.
I can answer that. So, y'all, we historically, again, have always lumped all of the, I'm gonna just call it labor burden, if you will, into one budget line. And it's impossible for you all or anybody else to determine what the actual department costs. And honestly, that was done just to make it easy and simple, but to do it correctly, it should be applied to the department that it goes. So you're right, the labor burden has never historically been separated out to each department, and we are doing that this year. And I mentioned it earlier, we're for sure doing it with the largest budget items, and whether we get to all of the smaller ones in this particular budget. Tiana, do you feel like we're gonna have that done this year for each and every department?
I can do it. Right now, everybody but the sheriff is still lumped in the 58,600, which is where they had it before. Audit did mention that was kind of the lazy way of doing it, and we should actually have each department broken out.
Yeah, and we can for sure do it for budgetary purposes, even if the payment line item is the same, but for a budget as large as the sheriff's, it really needs to be done this way. And it does skew his percentage a little bit because this money is now reflected in his budget. So when you compare last year's to this year's, take that $330,000 and, remember that throws the overall number off.
I understand, and so are we going to try to do this with all departments
Yes.
this year? Are we going to try to do it this year, or is this something that's going to be stair-stepped in over the next couple of budget years, or?
I can do it this year, but I'm actually going to need to know the percentage that everybody is gonna get as a raise, because I will have to take those numbers and do it by the Medicare and the Social Security rate.
Right. And that's understandable. I understand the percentage, raise that we're going to, hopefully vote on here before the end of the day.
Yes, before we do the next budget, I can have it all separated out for each department for the 201 and 212 line and do away with the 58,600.
If I may, what she just said is going to change these figures right here as well, because those are my numbers that I put in there. I base those numbers on 3%. So those numbers, some of these numbers right here can change with exactly what she just said. So if you decide to go with a 4%, some of these numbers right here, these Medicare, Social Security, that kind of thing, are going to be influenced. Okay, so I want to be very transparent on all that. So.
Yeah, and your payroll lines will change with the figure and 3%, so if it's anything more than 3%, his payroll line will change as well as the Social Security and Medicare.
It sounds to me like we just need to say it's 3% because the sheriff said so.
That's a good, sounds good.
Well, that's what we had, Mr. Pagreeva and I discussed that, and we had discussed some of these other line items as well. So,
So we normally do 4, don't we? Done 4.
if I may, I'll touch on any of my areas that I increased. If you want to touch on any of those, I can tell you. We was discussing grants. Come on down to 3355 SRO. That's a grant number as well. 451 SROs 4,000. That's a grant. It's 5524. 2,500 grant. Tennessee Law Enforcement Equipment SRO Law Enforcement Equipment grant. TLA cost sharing. 716 CSG. Also a $30,000 grant. I have reduced some of my other line items. I have maintained the same, but there's a couple of them that have went up. Just a couple.
And any of these line items that have the call center out the side is different.
Correct.
Just looking at your postal charges, you haven't ever spent all that.
Postal charges here again. It's going to depend. It's going to fluctuate from that, and some of the things that's something that I could probably cut, but you never know as far as the amount of warrants and stuff, the civil paperwork, and that's one of the things that, and I never want to put words in another department head's mouth, but it's talking about Miss Edie and I. We work hand in hand, and it depends on the process of the courts. I serve and have to do every sheet of paper that comes out of that courthouse, that goes out into the public, comes through my office. And never depending, and just trying to respond to that. So it depends on the amount of paperwork that comes out of there. Does it fluctuate up and down? Absolutely. Is that an area I'd be happy to back off of? Absolutely, I can do that. But I just wanted you to be able to see each line item hand in hand. Fuel was one of the main line items that I'd went up on. I think it was up on the 425 line item. Went up $8,000. That's a naturally thing. By site, to give you an example of what I'm talking about, if you drive by J Market today and see that gas is $3.79, roughly take 39 cents off of that, and that's what we're paying as a county per gallon.
Sheriff, has your turnover gotten better?
We lost, I think, 4 positions in the last calendar year, and that's just on the law enforcement side. It's funny that you say that, Mr. Hurt. We've tried to take gains and bring up our salaries and stuff for our employees, but other departments have as well. And when you have folks like the Houston counties and the other counties that's around us that's paying those $25, $26, $7 an hour starting fees or things, we're just going to we're still behind that. Are we behind the national average? Yes. Okay. But can we do better? Here again is cost and analysis. It's cost and what we are. I think we do a very good job. Could we use more people? Absolutely. Could I use more employees? Absolutely. If you look at the national standard, am I below the national standard on what number of officers and things that we should have per capita and per square miles? We're absolutely below that. So it goes again, and I'll use Mr. Grieve's words, at what cost do we want to have? We want to have a good law enforcement service? Absolutely, I feel that we do. And I feel that we do a lot more in our law enforcement capacity in what we do in this county than just about any other county our size. Absolutely. I feel that we do way more than that.
Hey, one thing to just throw out, so we are competitively bidding jail, well, this is more jail than sheriff, but.
I'll get there.
Yeah, medical and food both this year.
I'll get there on that.
Those numbers we won't have.
Are we discussing anything with jail right now?
Yeah, let me. No, I'll get to.
My mind is working
That's
fast.
all right, sorry. I just want to make sure.
But Mr. Hurt, let me give you an example of what I deal with on talking about an employee issue, and it's a competitive market. I like to think that we train our people very well. I like to think that we invest in our people to do the best we can. Mm-hmm. How can one of our employees, how can one of our people that work for Humphreys County Sheriff's Office turn down a $7 and something hour raise? Yeah. I do that often to Dixon County. And it's just, I can't compete with that.
Right.
For our tax base, we cannot compete with that.
I understand.
So.
I just see it.
Well, there again, you have to look at that, Miss Marilyn. I've got 562 square miles. I'm glad you said it. I've got 562 square miles in this county, a lot of times with 3 deputies on, and their backup is a lot closer. Their number of people is better. But that's part of the small town. That's part of the small things that we deal with. I mean, there's certain calls that will be in certain areas that we have to run 20 minutes of hard emergency run traffic. You know, we don't get that, but that's part of the things that they know coming into this. So they know what they know on it. So go ahead. I know you set me up or something. Go ahead.
How many road deputies do you have?
Right now, currently, I have 12 road deputies with 4 detectives. I have 32 sworn staff.
Are they riding any tickets?
Sure. Sure.
Could you cut back on them and give your other employees a raise?
Could I cut back on what? So I'm hearing you want me to take employees or deputies off the road? That's what you just said.
Do you feel like you've got too many road deputies?
Absolutely not.
And what?
Absolutely not. Come ride with us. Come look at our call volume. Love to have you. Love to have you come walk through. Love to have you come walk through the jail. Love to come to see how what COs deal with. Let me give you an example. I'll get over there to the jail. I want to save that one. I just love to tell you the story about what COs deal with. People don't have a clue, and you need to know it. Do we have enough deputies? No. You want me to go back to the covered wagon days? Absolutely. You want to complain about officers not being in certain parts of the county? We'll have the complaints.
Any other questions on the sheriff's department before we move on to the jail and others? Sheriff, anything else on your office?
I'm happy to do whatever you need me to do. Answer whatever you need me to answer.
All right, let's go to the jail. This is where I jumped ahead on medical and food, but,
If I may I start with that 160 line item? Here again, that 160 line item is roughly, if you look at this line item, this is including, it's a 4.24% increase in that line item. This is with adding that new employee and a 3% raise. That's where that's coming together, if that makes sense.
New employee
and a 3% raise. Is that-
Basically, you had a higher paid employee that went to the
Cor-
sheriff's office.
Correct.
So,
Cleaning up those line items and moving that around.
I noticed down, Sheriff, on line item 340, medical and dental services, that's inmate medical and dental services, correct?
That's correct. That is the inmate medical services, and the reason that I left that number in there from last year, at the time that these items come in, we was discussing, the auditor, the question was posed to the audit comptroller's office about going out for bid. So we didn't know if we was going to have to or not at that time. So roughly putting the figure in as of renewing with the company that we're currently with, it would have been a, 4% increase? Mr. Grave, if I remember that correctly, it was a 4% increase, which would have made it around 206,525. That would be going up. I left the same figure in there from last year just because we didn't know. Are we currently going out on bid for this? Absolutely we are. According to the auditor, we have to bid this yearly, medical and medical and food services. So that figure could very easily come down. Hopefully it will.
Well, you're already over your, this coming year's requested budget,
Mhm.
197,000, and you still have a quarter to go.
That's correct.
So
I've had, and I can,
25 ended up being 228,000.
yeah. Here again, I go back to use some of the other things. Mr. Grebe and I met with Rachel Murray from Southern Health Partners. Ms. Murray is one of their account comptrollers in their office. We've had more hospital stays. We've had more things happen this year. It goes back to basically the inmate that we're dealing with when we're talking about fentanyl, meth, and these things. It's easy to talk about the drug problem, and it is, but these things have caused so many health problems. I've got give you an example. We had a gentleman that stayed in the hospital 10 days. Most of the time, I'll try to work with the courts, have a very good relationship with circuit court judges and general sessions, that we try to get these inmates out on a furlough, especially if it's not a state inmate and it's a local county inmate. 10 days, an inmate that was charged with rape and a couple of other aggravated cases. It's hard to put those out on a furlough and them get up and walk out of a hospital and do whatever. So it's some of those things, account wise, comptroller wise, that we do everything that we can to minimize this cost. And another example is if an inmate comes in with a broken arm, an inmate comes in with an injury or a broken arm, I do not pay for those. Those are what I would call pre-existing. We handle those with a medical, what am I trying to say, a medical checkup. When they first come in, we have 14 days to complete those. If that is on their pre-existing and we have to go to, now I've been saying this, please do not take me wrong. I am not denying them their medical care. We're going to take them to their doctor's appointments. We're going to see that they are taken care of. I'm not going to pay, meaning us, the county, are not going to pay for a surgery for a pre-existing cause that they come into jail on. We've been doing that, and that's something I put into effect more than a decade ago, and we're not doing it. I like to think better of the tax dollars on that.
The only reason I'm asking, we'll bring this up, and I know that's an unknown, Sheriff.
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's your third largest item under the.
Yes, sir. I have.
And I guess what I'm saying is, I know that is something you're actually requesting lower than what's actual right now. And I know that's something you can come back to us later on and to cover later on, but I appreciate you working with us on that.
It is one of those things that I much rather would come back and ask for those kind of funds. I have had to come back and ask for the gas before. I have had to come back and ask for the food before. There again, we work with and I'll carry that conversation over into the food line item. We work with these contractors on the food services to where, I hate to say it this way, but the more employees we have, the cheaper our food is. And we use it on the sliding scale, and it works better that way. So it's medical. I never know. You know, it's just one of those things we never know. But we do. I feel that. I feel that we had a very good conversation earlier in the week. Again, Mike and I left there. I think we feel that the comptroller that manages our accounts does a very good job in doing so. We manage Medicare rates. We manage making sure that we're checking these accounts, any expenditures that's over a certain amount. They send to them, they ask us to look at it, and we've done the same. We found things that, in going through some of these inmate stays and things that we do, so we do that and feel and question the cost.
Sheriff, one thing, and I know this is unknown too, and I know that your jail is hanging on its last thread, but that's the building maintenance.
Yes, sir. Building maintenance. Building.
We went over it considerable this year, but we started with a budget of 35 last year. Do you think there'd be an opportunity to plug that in if you need more?
Well, building maintenance went up $10,000. Okay? Here again, I've done exactly what y'all have asked me to do on this. I'm asking for that $10,000, and that is part of my lawnmower money, where we mow that's what I'm calling a grant. We get $20,000 a year for mowing the school properties, and I've asked to put that back in there because we do building maintenance is building maintenance. I've been able to take care of our air conditioners. We don't have the problems that we do that we've been having on that. No worries. No worries. And while you're talking about that, the lawnmower money, if you'll notice, down on 790, I did go with the same amount of the $10,000. I put that in there, and that's the other half of that lawnmower money. So I'm putting what we're using, the work that we're doing with the inmates, I'm putting that right back into the jail for the county funding. Now, if I may, saying that, you'll see on your line item when my budget submitted for that, I budgeted $187,500, and that's because at the time we did not know what the auditors and stuff was going to redo. I would recommend moving that to $206,522, which was that increase that was going to cost us for this year, because we are going back out on bids for that, and we don't know what that's going to come in at. But that going from that 187 to that 206, I think would make a little bit more sense in that situation. And I think that's what you and I discussed the other day.
And we can adjust it if and when the bids come in. We'll have those before we finalize this budget.
Correct.
So are we temporarily putting in 206?
Yeah, let's bump it to 206.
That's line 340.
Correct.
206 even, correct?
Sure.
Sheriff, on the medical and dental, do we have a contract with a medical provider, or do we just take them locally? How do we do that?
We have the contract with the medical provider. That's included as part of Southern Health Partners. There are certain things, certain procedures or something, and I'll leave that to the doctor and the Southern Health Partners as to what we may have to go out on. There are some things that we may have to go local on, as far as the dental.
Is it done in county, most of it?
I think we use McEwen Dental on that. There are some that I remember that we did have to take to Dixon. Mr. Tillwell, on some of those, so.
In 2026, you had overtime at 60,183, but you've able to trim that down to 45,000. What's been the reason for being able to trim that down?
A lot of that is going to be employees. We've added those employees during that time, and if you'll look at the increase from last year to this year, we added those extra employees, Mr. Hurt, and we did not adjust it. And I'd asked for the feel to allow me to feel what it was going to maybe take to increase that percentages, and I feel that that's pretty close there again. And part of that is also it goes back to those hospital stays. When we have those hospital stays, I've got to pay the staff to do it. But the other thing that I've been able to do with the amount of staff that I've added, say if we have 4 on a shift, I've been able to send that 4th person to do or take care of these hospital stays. And it's reduced us greatly on that.
Okay, appreciate that.
Any other questions? All right, y'all, you want to kind of back up and pick up where we
May I, Mr. Pagruba? May we do the drug fund as well?
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, we sure.
And the, look at the, I don't have it in front of me, the,
Be 122.
yes, 122, 150. I also need to, Ms. Tiana, to maybe to get ahead, and look at, not sanitation, what's Don? What's that fund called? Okay. I need to do that one as well, please. Just so you know, Mr. Rochelle, I looked up, was able to get the information on the amount of deputies that we should have. The staff that we should have is for every 1,000 employees that your population is, you should have 2.8 deputies. I'll let you do the math on it. 12 plus 4 detectives. Yes. Pretty close. I thought you would agree with me. We'll follow, do whatever we need to do. Make sure you not speeding. I know how that car is on 13 South.
Drug fund,
Yes, sir.
31. Is your revenues. I don't know if y'all have any questions on revenues. We get to expenditures, what's obvious on the expenditures, there's not a deputy in that line. We have all of the, motor vehicles, equipment, all that, Sheriff, you want to
Instructional, I'll start at the top. In-service training, any kind of drug training that we may send an officer to or anything, that's what comes out of that. Confidential payments if we're doing undercover drug operations, buying dope, whatever we need to do, that's out of that line item with confidential informants. Travel, Here again, that goes back to drug-related schools, to anybody through the department that goes to those deputies, detectives, et cetera. Instructional supplies, DARE program, those kind of things countywide. Refunds, county commissions, trustees commission comes through. She gets a certain percentage of any funds or a fee. I don't know if it's based on a percentage or a fund or a fee, excuse me, of anything that is deposited or funds. Let's say we seize $10,000 and we take that and deposit it into the drug fund. There's a certain percentage that is paid into her office through that. Law enforcement equipment, any equipment, vest, whatever is needed. We cannot buy. Let me give you an example. I can buy new weapons, but I can't buy the bullets. Anything that's reoccurring is considered more than or non-reoccurring. Anything that's not purchased more than 2 years in a row. Motor vehicles, we did. If you'll notice last year, if you'll remember, go back to last year, I cut a vehicle out of the budget, out of the general fund side, and put into this line item to purchase that vehicle, and I kept that in order for this year.
So that is for a purchase right there?
Yes, correct.
10,000.
That's correct.
Do you want to go ahead and take one out of your other line item?
No, sir.
Is it safe to say, or a fair statement, that basically you're offsetting your operational expenses using this drug fund?
I do everything that I can to offset anything that I can to stay out of tax dollars. Anything that I can, all the way down to working the cases the very best we can on our death situations, for autopsies, all the way down to declaring forms, writing forms like those interstate transport forms and getting those fines and costs coming back into the county. Anything and everything that we can do to offset tax dollars, to working with the school systems, anything as far as labor, that kind of thing. Anything that we can do through the jail in any way, form, or fashion. Please remember, when talking about this drug fund, this is non-tax dollars. This is drug seizures, drug monies, drug fines, so forth.
Sure, if I may be skipping ahead a little bit here. We still have an officer on the district attorney's drug task force.
No, sir. That is where one of those salaries before come out of this line item. No, sir, we do not. I hope to have our own by next year. I'm trying to focus on rebuilding this line item. Several of you, if you'll go back, probably 12 or 13 years ago, we had an $800 and something thousand seizure that was on the interstate, and that's what has allowed us to work so well on trying to minimize, if you'll look at our cost on our vehicles, our overall cost on some of the things it's been able to do, the things that we've been able to do for this. So we're going to try to keep improving this, and my goal is to next year is have an officer coming out of this salary. Excuse me, a salary coming out of this line item or this fund.
Any questions on the drug fund? Litter grant?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's page 19 and 20.
I don't have. Most of that, I believe, is taken in salary, if I'm not mistaken. I don't have my sheet in front of me for that. And then I think there's a small portion of that that is used on travel. And here again, that's grant, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, and I'm not trying for a gotcha moment here, I promise you, but I'm just curious, if the grant itself is 44,200, is there any obligation to put more money into our LIRR program than that actual grant amount?
Forgive me, I don't have my sheet in front of me, but there's certain things that we buy out of that grant as well, because I remember a Category 2 and a Category 3 purchase, which we done some shifting around last year, and to get Ms. Tiana and us on the same wavelength in how we operated on the grant. We have to have the trash bags, the signage. There's certain things that we have to do to communicate with that, and I'd be glad.
This way, the officer, the personnel that you have that works that LIRR grant, does he have any other job duties
No.
at all, or is he's full-time LIRR grant and that's it?
Correct. Well, I mean, yes, that to answer that, yes. Yes. What portion of that is?
That's the majority
Well,
of it.
42,230 is salary. That does not include labor burden, but the salary alone is gonna eat up the LIRR grant.
Correct.
The grant only allows for $30,000 reimbursement on salary.
Salary.
And then 11,050
Has to be used for those Category 2 and Category 3 instructional.
for your supplies.
We either
Correct.
need to find someone willing to work for 30,000, or we supplement the salary out of it.
You have $5,000 down for gasoline, with a zero sum on 25 and a zero sum so far on 26.
We try to do that as a reimbursement, I believe, at the end of the year, if I'm not mistaken on that, Chief.
We have to run a report from our fuel and then go back and take that out.
Yeah.
How long has LIRR grant been going on?
I think I inherited it, so.
It was here that whole time. And they go by and clean up convenience centers and things that happen out there, I know.
We mow them.
Pick up trash.
We mow those all the convenience centers. We do help some at the landfill on some of the situations. We clean them up. We clean up streets, roads, county roads, anywhere that's needed. That's what we use them for.
Typically, how many trustees is this officer oversee?
3 to 4, typically. It's a win-win. It's a win-win. What I mean by that, it's a win for the inmate, win for the county. They get, whenever they can, they'll get 2 for coming out and working and doing these programs. They'll get 2 days credit for 1 day, depending on how they're sentenced. Give you an example. For DUI, comes in, he serves 45 days. That's 45 days. He don't get good time, but he does get to be out working and cleaning up.
Any questions for the sheriff?
Mr. Lanham, I yield.
You got anything else?
I'm good, sir. Thank you.
check, microphone check, for Facebook, microphone check.
Mic check, mic check.
Look, you have a 3% raise if your boss can take another out of their budget to offset it. And then y'all be able to balance it.
This one sounds great.
They're running all over.
Microphone check, microphone check. Test 1, 2.
I ain't never seen you 30-0.
Running around, aren't they?
Got it.
Good.
What was that?
And I actually need to pull that down just a little bit. I just changed the jacks and went to a different monitor.
Sweet. Okay. Well, we might be able to hear the rest of it.
Price is inverted.
Do what?
I'll have to get me a water.
Did y'all have a contract lately, or what did y'all agree with?
We do our negotiating this September, so I don't know what it's gonna end up being.
We just finished up our 4-year contract, we got 12% over 4 years, 3%.
Some of our dogs have to be in our family.
Well, yes, they are family.
My dog was jumping and biting my fingers. Guys, for me to pick her up.
Oh,
She's a little spoiled.
well, that's okay. That's okay.
Wow.
Yeah, she's been a whole lot easier than you get.
Well, that's true. That
Well,
could be
I
true,
assume they
yes.
want more money or
Yes.
less insurance.
We have 5 now. 2 of them are puppies that we got in they were
Yeah.
born in December.
I'm afraid of what, we haven't even
And
gotten our
those
estimates for
puppies-
what insurance is gonna be this time.
You know, they were
Are
doing
you-
good with the potty.
We
little
use
puppy
a
pads,
self-funded
you know?
plan,
So,
and it's Cigna
I
as
built
the administrator.
a dog pen.
I have no
sort
idea what it's
for 'em,
gonna be this time.
to put them outside because, well, our boxer would go off for a day, you know, if I was there and you know, so
Yeah.
I said, okay, you don't have to be
It's
more
not fun, let me
confined,
tell
you know,
you.
I don't like keeping them in a pen or anything, but they stay in the house normally, but, you know, when I'm there, they're outside now. But teaching those puppies to go and get in there, they're learning.
Yeah, I mean, we
babies like
basically
that learn
pay
quick.
what
So
an
now I
insurance
just hold the
company
door
would
open, I
pay.
prop it back,
Now,
and I say,
Cigna
okay, everybody go,
administers
and they all.
And then we've got catastrophic policies
But I have
on
one
folks
that's a
that,
Boston
you know,
Terrier.
get
She
cancer or
loves to
something
run.
like that, that,
She
you
did
know,
her
so
own
if somebody's
thing.
individual
Corey's
year
dog,
exceeds
one of 'em got in there,
$250,000
too.
worth of
Oh.
medical
Corey
care,
and
then
Mallory.
that
That was
That's sweet.
So just 2 of our dogs
But
got
yeah, we
in.
spend a lot of,
Other 2 were out in the hall.
Yeah,
Other 3.
my goodness, see.
we probably
So all the, when
I
the
thought
kids,
you were leaving.
at least 25% of the
When the
wages
kids
You back now?
the
are what we
granddogs
pay
come
in
home.
insurance.
Yes. I understand.
It's crazy. It used to be
We
10%,
lost one.
Yours is like astronomical compared to what I
And the whole,
but it's still
the whole
painful.
family was so depressed. I mean,
Yes,
all
ma'am.
of us.
Yes,
It,
ma'am.
it's still pain.
Buttercup was the joy. If you
Yep.
look on some of Evan's website, his website, there was a picture of her out swimming in the current. And then there was one of her, she jumped up in the kayak and she was looking. And she was just a big old bundle of joy.
Yes.
And it's just full of
12, 16,
Oh, I get it.
somebody's late for a meeting. They do 3 birthdays for
I
every
mean, you know, she's not mine, but I miss her.
Oh, yes, I do.
Stopped all, everybody, nobody was late for meetings anymore.
Love my fur babies.
That would do it.
Well, she was a big old dog, and my little 8-pounder, get right up in her face, they would play with each other.
You're saying the burpees is same thing that I know? Yeah. Okay.
They got their attention.
That's right.
One of our granddaughters, she had two teeth pulled this morning, so she's back. She's doing good. She was worried.
Do what? Just gonna get this right.
And I said, what's this? I can't be in there today. We'll have to see you after a while. She did good. She's already out. I think she's home. She's home by now. So.
Well, I've got one baby graduating high school, one graduating college on May 2nd. I've got another one graduating high school on May 8th, and then I've got another one graduating from college in December.
Honey.
That December when I'm gonna have to go to Idaho.
Put it back on them and
Bless
figure out where they can cut it.
But I'm gonna be there.
Well, yes, ma'am. Be there.
I know when you know.
I know it's hard on us because
Yeah, but I'd feel better about them.
Highlands
I would like to
too.
get.
They're playing softball, baseball, or t-ball.
Oh.
Look at that!
Oh, he's in the swing today.
That's all right. Mine didn't like it unless I, like to play
Well,
pin.
you got a look on his face there like.
John, you're not gonna get no more.
They didn't like it unless I left
Might
the
as well
side
come
there
on
for
up
them to
here.
get in and out. I mean, in a swing, maybe 2 minutes, and then that was it. They had to be free. They could not stand to be confined at all. At all.
Turned upside down as a naked woman, you turned it back up.
I
That way
tell
they
my babies all the time.
I might as well. Well, I
did.
mine in the floor, and you roll or you do whatever, you know.
I rocked them. I rocked the chair, and I was holding them and rocking them all the time. And I can't think of anything that didn't get done that was more important.
Exactly. Exactly.
How many breaks? He's gone. Very little, I don't blame him. Huh?
Well, it's getting ready to be starting the wedding season for the brands. I've got one.
Y'all, I'm gonna ask, let's skip over the county
They'll
commission
be-
back. A couple questions on that myself, to be honest.
What page we on?
We're back on page 8. Hopefully I'll be able to answer anything you have on the 51-300, which is the county executive.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to go back. We need to discuss and try to go on ahead and get a percentage down.
On the employee raises?
Yes, sir.
Happy to.
I think we need to get that discussion out of the way before we continue on. And that way we are able to get harder numbers put down for these budgets.
So the golden standard is 3%. I mean, that's just kind of always been the golden standard. What's the desire of this body?
And since I do have the floor for the time being, with the federal being, I think is a 2.8 or 2.9, the state was 2.67 or something like that. 263. I mean, 3% is perfectly fine with me, and that's my recommendation. And I'm sure that's open for discussion, of course, but that's just what I'm throwing out there.
Anybody else have a different opinion?
I agree with Jerry's opinion. I believe that 3% is about the right number. I think based on what we've looked at so far, some of the budgets in here were done on 4%. The sheriff's was done on 3%. If you go to 4%, there's no way to support that in a balance without raising taxes.
So 3%, and do we agree that that's across the board, county employees?
Yes.
Unless there's some state law that requires something different than that, but other than that,
Yes, sir.
I can't imagine what that'd be.
Seems
So,
fair. fair to everybody. At least we got, try to make more cuts, but as we go through, at least we,
So we're gonna base this budget, the next time we meet, we're gonna have everything based on 3%.
correct.
Basically, we're looking at 225,000 to cut.
70 grand for a percent.
70.
Well, that's the hole we're in right now.
Yeah.
If you look at the back of Fund 101, we're at $250,000 in the hole, with some of them on 4, some of them on 3. They all go to 3. That cuts that by about 40, so you're at about 210. I think in addition to agreeing to a 3% across the board, probably need to ask each department head to figure out how to get the rest of their 3% increase in salary out of the expenses.
We good.
I mean, Miss Edie pretty much did it right here in front of us.
Exactly.
You know,
And she was on 4%. We still got her below 2,000 below where she was
Yeah.
last year.
Right.
yeah, so if she goes 3%, she's in the clear.
And by the way, the other department heads in this building anyway, we can call on them, they'll come over here as we need. I hate to have people sit out here all day. And I'll say something else, you know, every meeting that we have going forward until this budget is finalized, we will drop back into a budget workshop just to discuss items that are gonna continue to come up. So again, we're not making any policy, so to speak, today. This is just direction on how we can start getting this budget whipped into shape.
Does that request to have them come up with that 3% out of the rest of their budgets seem unreasonable to anyone?
No. I think it's extremely doable, other than if we get to a department that might only have a couple employees and hardly anything in their budget. And we'll see, there'll be a few, or a couple of those.
Agreed, but those don't have a large impact on the overall number.
That's exactly right.
Right.
So, yep.
I did the math on the raises that to the department heads that are mandated by the state, and they were 3%.
Right.
So we're in line with that.
Are you including the sheriff in that, with that request? And the schools?
I think we have to.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, his budget's different, but in everybody in Fund 101, I mean, we're $250,000 short if we're gonna get it budget. I mean, get it balanced, then it's gotta come out of there somewhere.
And I think it's doable that we can come up with another 210,000 somewhere along the way. Once again, you know, just like Miss Edie, she had 13,000 immediately that she was agreeable with. And once again, I understand she had 4%, and you take her down to 3%. I don't know the figure off the top of my head, how many more thousand that might be, but, you know, it's doable to get it down within a very reasonable amount.
Well, for her, that's $3,500, which gets her under the thing. But
Right.
overall, if you ask each of them to try to get under on their own, then you know the stuff they come back to you with, they must really, really want.
100% agree with you, Mr. Long.
And Ashley said some of your mics may not be on because she could not hear some of you.
Guilty of not using it.
Noticed you didn't look at Mr. Bergreba whenever you said that.
I was right at him.
I didn't want what I was saying to be heard. Okay. We can jump back up to county commission.
What all does that entail, Mr. Bergreba, line item 191?
That is mostly y'all's fees, the stipend, if you will, for showing up to meetings. Tiana, do we pay GNRC? We pay GNRC for the planning commission meetings.
It doesn't come out of that line. That 5,000 $60,000 to GNRC is for another fee that we pay every year.
So what else comes out of board and committee member fees, the $60,000 budget?
That is strictly their, pay for each meeting.
That's it? Okay.
Well, that should be a hard set number, correct? For the most part,
Or less than.
or less than,
Yeah,
correct?
it should be, and there's, we're not at the three-quarter stage that we should be in. We've got 37,000 that we've used out of $60,000 for the year.
And I was looking at 25 was finished at 48.8. So, I mean, we could take 10,000 out of that and put it down to 50, couldn't we?
If you don't show up, you don't get paid.
Right.
Yeah, that's
That's right.
If everybody shows up.
If everybody shows up at 60, so you can't, I don't think you can plan for people not showing up.
Yeah.
Did you say it was 50?
Well, you
We
might
could
can't.
come up with a rotation.
Rotation.
Your turn to miss.
Yeah.
I like the way you
Plan
think.
absences that way, we can save a little, I guess.
According to, if everybody came to every meeting all year, 14 of us, $50,400, $3,600 a year.
I mean, that's what I thought. You know, I thought 60,000 was too high, but,
What about special called meetings, budget meetings?
We don't get paid for those.
We don't get paid.
Okay.
Well, it went up last year, they pay you more now.
No, they don't do it.
No.
You better check it.
I was
No.
gonna say, I do believe that y'all do get paid for special call meetings, because I'm pretty sure I have to have.
What's more than 150? What's 150?
I am going to say this.
Pay us 4 times sometimes a month.
I'm going
You get
to
it
say
one
this,
time.
I've been on the commission for 14 years, and for any special call meeting, I never got paid for
You
it.
never get paid for spell.
How much do
Never
you
got
get
paid
paid
for
per
it.
meeting?
It's 162 now, I believe, it's not 150 anymore. Last year it went up to 162.
You're noticing.
14.
When the sheriff drives up with the summons. you don't
Good
get paid
job.
for that.
Times 24. 54,432 if everyone's here for 14 meetings. If there was, just hypothetically speaking, a 3% raise for y'all like everyone else, we'd be at 56,000. We have 60,000 in the budget line.
Yeah, that may be more
Yeah.
than you could possibly pay.
$56,065.
Because we know there's going to be some people miss anyway. So it's going to be less.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
so are we changing that to 56?
065.
56,065.
Audit services we've not used.
Will that come due at the end of the year?
That will come due,
Is that the comptroller's fees that we're paying? Okay. Contracts with private agencies. Which line are we paying Mid-Cumberland out of?
320, I think I just gave you.
320 is dues and memberships.
And the open meeting software is also paid out of that.
Okay, we had 30,000 for Mid-Cumberland.
So what is contracts with private agencies, line item 312?
So 312 should be like the commissioner, like, I'm trying to think.
Commissioners Association, Tennessee Services Association, Association of Tennessee Valley Governments,
Do several of those come due at the end of the fiscal year?
GNRC.
I believe we've already paid most of those this year that we've received an invoice for, but we are definitely missing some invoices because last year we paid for the end of the year, 17,293.
Mm-hmm.
So we
I'll
might,
tell you what,
we could
I'm
cut it
sorry.
to we could cut it to 18,000.
Well, if you don't mind, allow me to do some more
Okay.
research on that and
Okay.
determine exactly
Yes.
what those are. I'll have that for you next time we meet.
What is the dues and memberships? It went up from 10,000 in 2025 to, we've already put out 38.6 this year?
I think that's our open stuff, is it?
That's-
Open meetings plus Mid-Cumberland.
Open meetings is our iPads?
Software.
Uh-huh. What's Mid-Cumberland? What is that?
That's all the red and white vans that go around, Meals on Wheels and hauling the
Oh, yes.
folks
Oh,
and-
okay, the Mid-Cumberland services.
That's right.
Oh, okay.
Did that increase
Human
on that?
resources.
Did that increase on that line item? I know that's the open meeting licensure, correct? But is that also including the equipment?
There's the actual purchase of the software that we did initially, and then the renewing expense is just the
I believe it's $3,800.
fees, per year.
So I guess that's why I'm asking, so being 45,000 right there, I mean, I can understand the estimated through March 26 being at 38,616. That would include the equipment purchase and everything, correct?
It did. This is the one I just asked, if you'd allow us to, let me dig into this.
That's the one you were talking
I'll
about.
have
I thought
all
you were
that
talking about-
information for you next time we meet.
I thought you were at the other line. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I thought you were talking about contracts and.
Oh, I meant the whole county commission.
Oh,
Please allow me to go through every line of that.
Gotcha.
Board of Equalization, I know they haven't met for this fiscal year. They'll be meeting in June. It depends on how many people.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
What is the Board of Equalization? And I'm not the only one on here that doesn't know.
I've already asked.
I've
already
asked
asked.
several people.
Okay, so we had a resolution for an appointment to that today. That's if folks have issues with their property taxes. There's a Board of Equalization. They can come forward to discuss what their property tax is, and if there's adjustments to be made, that board will decide.
Not the person that's over the department.
No, that's what it's for. It's between, if they don't agree with the county tax assessor and they take issue with what the assessments are, they can come to the Board of Equalization and state their case and be heard, and they'll make a determination.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's an important board, and these folks serve for very little or nothing, and they come in and spend their time sitting in this room listening to county residents that have issues with their taxes.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, I owe you all on the county commission. I'll get that information for you. County attorney, unless he tells me something different, I think we're good there. The election commission, this is an election year. This might be one of those that we bring Miss Bullion here for discussion, if y'all wish.
Yeah, and all of her other expenses that went up look like they're election year related.
And her requested is actually,
For their employees is less than 3%. She had actually given them a deduction, and I told her that she had given them a deduction, so she sent it back, but she still didn't send it back at a 3%. She sent it back at
2.01.
And like you asked about GNRC, that's in the 517110, in that line 310, and they are going to be charging right at 15,000 this year. And that's for the planning commission guidance.
Do you all have any specific questions on the election commission? The only one I can think of is I'm wondering about the overtime lines. I realize that when there's elections, there's long days, but is there shifts or, I mean,
data processing services, line 317. I mean, I understand the, and I think that was like what Mr. Malone had said, that may have been part for the special elections, and I know they had some equipment issues that had to get them checked out during that special election.
so the HART voting machines, I mean, that's an ongoing, they provide support for those machines, so there are ongoing expenses. Now, we went from 11,660 to 28,910. Is that all because of this is an election year? That would be a question that,
Yeah, because this year we bumped her from 11,660 to 36,714 with an amendment because this year's
of the
election.
special election.
Yeah.
That's right.
So I would assume that 28.9.
Do we get reimbursed from the state on some of that?
We did not get reimbursed for the special election. We do get reimbursed for the primary that's going to be had this time.
State or federal dollars?
State.
Against anybody in that primary. Just out of curiosity, our primary that we're having, is anybody running against anybody?
No.
Okay.
It'll be a
That makes a lot.
$30-some thousand burning your money in a barrel.
But that's supposed to be reimbursed this year, but I think the agreement, it's, isn't that correct? It's not going to be taking place from this point forward?
The problem is now that we've done it, it can and probably will take place going forward. The state will commit to, their budget sessions, so they committed to reimbursing the county this year, but we don't know going forward what that's going to look like. And, the state reimbursing us, it's still our tax dollars.
Right.
So basically, that's 0.5% raise for everybody.
Yeah.
Down the drain.
For no reason, no purpose.
Mm-hmm. Not anything we can do about it, though.
You get to put a letter by your name.
And every one of those candidates, if they ran as independents, could you know, and got their petition signed, they could, be on the ballot. Sure. The official ballot.
Right, we would have not needed the primary, which I think is why most people in local level politics run as independents, because why burden the taxpayers?
They could just all change their middle initial.
That would be the only question I would have about that 317
Okay.
with Miss Edie. No, I'm not Miss Edie, Miss Joanne.
Ms. Joanne?
Yeah.
All right, very well. We've gone through the Register of Deeds. Development, I'm sorry, contracts with public agencies, the $15,000 budget. Tiana?
That is for GNRC for the planning commission advice that
Okay.
they provide.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, how many people question their tax?
You know, I've seen from a couple, 2, 3 to a half a dozen or more. I think it depends on who's feeling up to it, but usually there will be several. It goes on for a couple of days here. Maintenance, I've actually cut it, and I mean, I'll just tell you right out, I cut a lot of it out of maintenance and repair of buildings. Not to say that here's the main concern that I have going forward with that, is that most of the HVAC equipment in the county, on the county buildings, is antiquated, and the refrigerant in it is you're no longer able to get it. You can't even get parts for the equipment. So at some point in time, and honestly, we need to start swapping them out as we go, because heaven forbid we have everything go at once. But in an effort, you know, this year, you know, you can look, we spent very little out of that, and this is going back to having good maintenance people that we do most of the work in-house, and we're not having to sub out. And it saves a lot of money. So I cut that back from 100,000 to 60.
Are we adding custodial personnel?
No, sir. This is the ones that we had added before.
That's all of your maintenance people, plus your person that cleans all of the offices. And then there's also $850 a month that is paid at the health department for their custodial person, all come out of that line. So that's 2 maintenance men, your cleaning person, and then your cleaning person at the health department.
And I don't know if you all noticed, and it took a while, but we have transitioned our cleaning department in this, for county buildings, is much, much better than it ever has been. They're doing great.
So, this air conditioning problem, are we going to figure in a systematic, this year we'll replace this one, and next year, instead of having them all at once, should we not build something like that into it?
Well, that's the point of having that in the maintenance, repair services of buildings, is just to have, you know, look, they're not all going to go out at one time, but we know that you can no longer get parts to service these. So the ones that are in the worst shape are the ones we need to think about swapping out. And the courthouse comes to mind. You know, that it has some of the oldest units in the county, but we have a lot of units. I mean, you look at the courthouse and the Rawlings building and election office and the college. By the way, we have a building that's coming up available that we need to have a discussion about too, and that's the Workforce Essentials building on Holly Lane. Figuring out what they're closing brick and mortars. Workforce Essential is statewide. It's not, we didn't get singled out. They're closing them all over the state. They were paying $1,700 a month rent plus utilities, but it's a nice little building. There's been some discussion about whether or not the election commission should move at some point in time, and we're actually taking measurements and dimensions to see if that's a possibility. I would be reluctant to use that for record storage because of the flooding that goes on at Holly Lane. But y'all, if you're welcome to be thinking about it, if you think of a good use that would benefit the taxpayers, what we could use that building for. We could lease it out. So we'll have that discussion soon. Any other comments on maintenance?
Line item 334, maintenance agreements. You budgeted 15,000, but historically you've used less than 2,000 the last 2 years so far. Wondering what that was for.
Part of that is like the elevator at the courthouse. Who's the maintenance company that does the elevator maintenance?
I don't remember offhand either. In the last 2 years, I think the most that we've spent, in the last 3 years, the most we've spent over there is $8,600 in that line.
And my thing is there's so many unknowns that come up, and it's hard for me to cut it when I know that we're not going to spend it unless it's absolutely necessary. So it rolls back into the general fund every dollar that we don't spend.
I agree
and
with that.
when things pop up.
But it's still, if we were to take 10,000 off of it, and that still helps us out in the bottom line is what we're trying to accomplish, correct?
When things pop up, we don't have the luxury to wait until there's a legislative body meeting to ask for $10,000 to fix the elevator at the courthouse. You know what I mean?
Mm.
I'd rather have that cushion because things do come up, and sometimes they're big things, many times they're little things. But I will promise you, if we don't need it, we're not going to spend it.
Who is in charge of Miss Edie's security concerns that she has, that she's got $4,000 in her budget for?
She contracts out her own. She had an installer that went out and installed some cameras and stuff for her in the past, so. Any other questions? Property Assessor's Office. Of course, you have the elected officials. She took out a part-time employee, dropped her budget line from 176 to 141. Happy to go get her and bring her in if you all have specific questions.
Looks like she's already cut hers.
She has, and, her data processing services went up just a little bit because one of her contracts is going up $800 a year. And then she had, some repairs on motor vehicles. That vehicle is older and it needs, some struts and some other things that she got a bid from the co-op.
The postal charges, line item 348. And historically, the last 2 years, or last year, 0, and so far this year, 0. We're showing 8640 on that line item.
Postal, what line item?
348.
I've got, she spent $858 out of a $1,200 budget.
Wait a minute, I'm sorry, I apologize, I'm on the reappraisal program down there. 52,310, 348.
Let me just make sure that's not a typo on my part. No, she does have postal charges, and on her sheet that she gave to me, it's because she will have to mail out, some assessments because it is an updated year.
We need to check that because my understanding is the state of Tennessee actually sends out the new assessment cards. So we'll verify that to make sure if the state's covering it, the county does not have to. Bless you. Any other questions? Moving on to the trustee. She almost did a net zero with raises included. I think that
The only thing that changed was maintenance agreements, and that's because LGC is going up again this year.
Her data processing equipment went to zero.
She bought some new computers, last year, and she took the money back out this year, so she
Yep.
doesn't need new computers this year.
4% raise, 4% raise.
It is.
That'll save $940.
she's only spent $585 out of office supplies this year, as of the end of March, I believe, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Last year she spent 2437 before the end of the year.
What about her educational incentive?
That is actually reimbursed. She, gets that for a class that she attends, and then the state reimburses us for that. Hers and the, registrar's office.
County clerk's office.
She still has 4% raise, across the board for everybody. And her maintenance agreements is with IBS, and it is going up $2,000 a year. So that's the reason for the increase in that line.
What about her postal charges?
She uses a ton of postage, I can write, I write several checks for that, let's see. She used, almost 12.
491.
491 last year. And the cost of postage did go up again this year, from, I think it's, went from 67 to 72.
Are they adding another employee or?
No, she, has her chief deputy and then she has 3 deputies, so she has a total of 4 people in that office,
Plus herself, right?
plus herself.
So 5 total.
Okay.
Yes. And so Ashley will be moving up, which is her chief deputy.
Okay.
And then I'm assuming that she plans to hire another person to replace her in that position.
Maybe. Any questions on the county clerk's office? Okay, the circuit court, we've already done. General Sessions Court. Did they figure 3%, Tiana? Did you?
On the secretary, that was 4%, and the judge, that is set by the state. That's
Okay.
not something we determine.
Well, if there's a judge and a secretary, and theirs are listed, what would another salary and wage, what would that be?
That is for the judge. She actually has, from my understanding when I came here, she's the general sessions judge, but she's also the other judge.
Okay.
And so she gets one salary that the state requires for being the general sessions judge, and then the other salary is her other part, and she hasn't raised that in the last couple of years.
Didn't that occur 2 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, whenever we split that and that combined and gave her 2 roles? Is that correct?
Yeah, she took over, was it children?
I think that's correct.
Juvenile.
Juvenile.
All of that happened when Judge Sanders retired.
Yes.
And we dropped the juvenile judge and handed over to the general sessions judge. And so it was felt at that time that she should get some extra. And that's not a lot really extra for as much work as she has to do.
Didn't Chancery Court get some of that responsibility?
Next is the Chancery Court.
If there are any questions on that, he did not turn in to me why he needed any extra money, any extra lines. And he requested 4.2% for the chief deputy and for and it's a little over 4% for the other 2 is also.
This is one with like data processing equipment and office equipment. I mean, it was 4,000 last year, it's 4,000 this year. I mean, I think it deserves a question.
Do you want me to go call him and ask him to come over here and explain his budget, or do you want to?
It's up to y'all. Want to see if we can get them over here?
Do we need to do that, or are you going to communicate to each department their responsibility to redo their budget in order to pay their 3% raises? Because, and have them do it.
Why don't we do that, and then if they can't for some reason, then we can have a conversation. How'd that be? Does that work for everyone?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Plant just sent me a notice, the state will send the notices, but we as the county have to pay for them, and that is why our postal charges were so high.
Okay.
All right, very good. Juvenile court,
Youth service officer was, 4%. And in-service training, the judge normally has training that she goes to every year. And so far this year, we paid $1,324 on that training.
What falls under 399 other contracted services?
I would have to pull an account analysis on that. I don't know that right offhand. But it doesn't look like she spent anything in that line in 25 and just barely 200 this year. Let me see, I've got a couple of years back. So in 399, she didn't spend anything in 2023. She spent 875 in 23, 24, nothing in 24, 25.
So that could be an item that could easily be
Yeah.
reduced to, 1,000 or maybe 1,500 or something like that.
yeah, there's a couple, 2, 3 line items there that there's not, the other charges and data processing equipment. The good news is it appears they're not trying to just spend out their budget because they're not spending and it rolls back, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have anything from her this year either, because I did, when I sent out the budget spreadsheets, I sent out budget spreadsheets that had the last 3 years' actual audit, plus the estimated from this year's budget, and then what they requested for this year. And I did ask that if they had anything that was higher than they have asked for in the past, that they send me something with that so that I would be able to explain that to you. But I do not have anything for them as to why they need it anymore.
District Attorney General, we've already discussed. Judicial Commissioners, I believe we put 3% on them. Sheriff's Office, we've already discussed. Jail, we've discussed. Inspection and regulation, and look, we can go through these line items, but I have met with a lot of department heads. I have not had an opportunity to sit down and go through this, and I have some questions about salaries and wages in this. This is EMA, if you will. So I would like to have that opportunity to figure out what he had in mind before we make any decisions on this particular budget. This, if you recall, this is Mr. Pointer and Amanda, his daughter, that worked there that's no longer with the county. And I know that he's got some part-time help lined up that have a tremendous amount of EMA experience, but I want to find out what we're doing with this budget line on other salaries and wages.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you all are looking at other budget lines, if you have any specific questions.
Do you have any speculation on items, line item 790, other equipment? I saw in 25 it's 134,000, and through March of this year is 11,000, budgeting 50,000. What falls under other equipment?
So if you all recall, that used to be quite a large number, and we've reduced it. And, he has opportunities oftentimes to get grants for equipment, which is great. Of course, if we have grants coming forward, we could and should do a budget amendment and add that to the budget line. So I actually have a question mark beside this $50,000 on other equipment, because I think that we need to know specifically, what that purchase might be.
The 9481 is a grant, it's a Homeland Security grant.
And I will say, the county just recently purchased a skid steer, and it was a grant funding that paid for it. So this came on the heels of the ice storm. I wish we would have had it before the ice storm, and we didn't, but he was able to use grant funding to purchase the skid steer, which will have a bush hog attachment, which we can use, everything from our lake watershed reservoirs to, clearing out the utility line easements for the Buffalo sewer, and just, it's a countywide asset that we can use for many things. So, Mr. Pointer does a great job. One of the things that he does excellent, he's the EMA director for the county, and we have all these different accidents and things that have hazmat issues that he takes care of. And you know what? You never hear anything from you. I never get a phone call that, hey, there's a problem out here, Mike, we have issues. He handles everything, and he does a great job. So, but with that said, there are a couple line items in here that I owe you all some answers to, and I'll get them. Any other questions on that? County Coroner Medical Examiner, I don't like this one. I wish this was zero, and it's just not how it works. We had, 6 autopsies in 1 month that were sent. They're about $22,750 a piece, and
Several. Every month it's been being.
yeah.
Anywhere from $5,000 to $8,000.
But basically, if it's requested, the county's obligated to pay for it. If there's an autopsy requested, we have to pay for it.
And I've tried to keep down on the burials by making them do what CPAS says now. And Mike did negotiate with Robinson, I think that he would do the autopsies for $12.95, where Lone Bowman was charging us almost $2,500.
Not autopsies, cremations, yeah. There are steps. They're required to show us that there's not assets in the family before the taxpayers need to pay for a burial. So we're just asking them to provide those to us, and if they do, then we do our part.
They're required to sign an affidavit before we will actually.
Other public safeties, 911. We have a 911 board meeting that's coming up, and I know there was some questions about the Tango. I would like to inquire a little bit about the communication equipment. I mean, we have the different departments between fire and police and so forth in the county, and you know that we had a grant, and Austin was able to buy a bunch of new handheld radios. And I'm just curious about what the county's plan is going forward on radio equipment and so forth, because we should all be in unison between EMA and police and fire. It seemed like we should work this out, that we're all in unison and working together. The local health center, which we had building improvements. I mean, that budget was substantial with all of the upgrades that happened at the health center. I think we have it dwindled down to pretty much everything here is covered from state of Tennessee grant funding. Is that right, Alyssa? Okay. Rabies and animal control, they did hit us with a little increase again this year. This is the humane shelter that we've talked about. Ambulance service, so we had, they were under a 3-year contract. We had extension opportunities for them. What we had was a 3% increase plus a CPI index increase, which means they would be allowed to adjust their rates based on the rise of inflation or whatever the consumer price index increase was, which I think is around 8%, and was able to negotiate them that they've agreed to do a flat 3% increase on ambulance service, and that's it. So I think that's wonderful as far as I'm concerned. We can automatically renew that with them without going through all that and run the risk of driving these costs up exponentially.
Is that for 3 more years?
It is. It's a three-year renewal, and it's 3% each year without the CPI increase. Is that just a consensus here? Does that sound good to y'all? Alcohol and drug programs, that's the Drug Alliance that we pay, reimburse some expense on that. When we can get them to come forward with a purchase order request that they've never had to do before.
They don't spend much money.
No, they don't. And Mr. Balker does a great job. He's very passionate person. Next is a litter grant we've already discussed. Other public health and welfare is the health department operations. That is state of Tennessee grant funded, correct, Alyssa? 55,900.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
What's the large discrepancy on the salaries and wages there?
They are, actually supposed to have 2 more people under that grant, and as of last year, they had not hired anybody else, but that is what they are allocated for that grant, for that salary. And they will also get a raise, but it will be a different raise. The state has different raises than what we have at the county, so.
Next is the county library. And I have not spoken, Mr. Coleman is on the library board, but so if you all are not familiar, Miss Bullion has had health issues and she's been out of work now for well over a year. Miss Sherry's been an interim library director, and so the question for you all, what we're discussing here is, we have a maintenance of effort on library on salary lines. And we went from Miss Carmichael, who had been with the library for
43 years.
43 years.
47, so almost 50.
So, yeah, nearly 50 years. So when she left and Miss Bullion stepped in as the director of the library, she didn't automatically assume Miss Carmichael's pay and the tenure that she had for that length of time. So that salary line was reduced. Actually, we couldn't reduce the salary line, but we didn't have to pay the salary. So the question here is, and Miss Sherry's actually not making as much as Miss Bullion was, so my question would be, being as their lines are already less than what we have budgeted, should we not do that increase and increase that maintenance of effort because we have funding that will cover their salaries currently? Mr. Coleman, does that make sense? I'm asking.
Yes, just so we have the same as last year. That's maintenance of effort. That's be the same. It might be wise to make it just a little more.
Why?
And I hate to speak on Miss Bullion Sager's behalf, but she requests leave of absence at the times required, and she is currently has improved somewhat. I will say that, but it's a little unsure if or when she can come back. So that's kind of where we're at. I do want to commend Miss Sherry Meller for a great job. She's very dedicated to the library and has done a great job as the interim director.
I will concur with that. She's done an excellent job and works hard. I'm smiling because we did all that work at the library, and I mean, they're down there, whatever it takes to get it done, they're willing and happy to do it. So she's been wonderful. And their staff does fine. I think that it goes back to the question is I feel like the salary lines have everybody covered, so we wouldn't necessarily have to increase the maintenance of effort at this time and raise their salary lines.
They only paid 38,151 last year, right?
Which line are you looking at?
Supervisor.
Oh, that's
From 38 to 40?
that's correct.
And so if you stayed at 49.4, it's still quite a bit higher than that, and it would save $1,500 on
Yep.
budget.
Their part-time personnel also is another line I don't see. I think they have more than enough to cover their part-time personnel.
So basically, you can keep maintenance of effort flat and still give them 3% raise.
I think so. Yeah. If I verify that, is that, okay. Yeah, I'm not suggesting that they don't get raises. I'm saying exactly like you said, Van. That-
Mr. McGreevy, I have a question that I don't know that I'm searching and answering for. Amended budget, does that change the maintenance of effort?
It would on salary lines. Are you referring to a salary line?
No, I was just looking at the total. 231, 388 was the amended budget. Original budget was 224, 113.
So any grants or donations or anything like that would amend the budget, but does not affect, the only thing the maintenance of effort affects is the salary lines.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
And I believe their budget was amended, due to donations that they received.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, 57,000 agriculture, natural resources. This would be the UT Ag Extension.
4-H part of that?
They are. This is, my understanding is this is, the county chooses to make this contribution to the UT Ag Extension. That's a significant contribution. I think it would be great to have them come in and explain to us, you all, I say us, I'm using that term loosely, it's you all that make the decision, but exactly what all they do, because how many of you actually know what all they do?
You're talking 4-H and how they let people come in and show them plants or problems, and they do that.
Yeah.
They solve all those
Yeah.
issues. They do a lot of things.
Yeah.
Home extension also.
Yeah, they do. They don't have a person for that job right now, so they don't have that.
It would be good for them to come in.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they have summer classes.
I think it would be good just because we don't get to hear from them very often, and it's a significant contribution. Soil conservation. I think we could almost say the same thing there.
I agree. So I don't know what they do.
Is that Wayne? That Wayne Coates?
That's Wayne Coates.
Now, the head of soil conservation, are they paid by the state?
They're paid by federal.
They're
aren't they?
federal, so
Federal.
Mr. Coates is federal, and then the staff is paid by the county.
Who's the assistant?
Yeah.
Linda Bradford. How many assistants do they have?
The assistant makes $117,000.
I don't know.
I believe it's two.
For the assistant?
I thought it was just
That's a
one.
lot.
It is, but
That's the field engineers.
Well,
just Wayne and his secretary.
Out of that line, and then there are, I think we have 3 full-time people.
so we pay Odell here too?
No, Modell's paid under inspection and regulation.
Mr. Coates.
Mr. Coates is not paid by the county, he's paid by the federal.
Federal.
How many assistants do they have?
You thought we paid Odell out of that.
Well, at one point, we paid Odell out of one line and Amanda out of another line. So maybe it was Amanda that we paid out of.
No, they were both in inspection and regulation. Yep. Yep.
Who are the assistants, though?
They have field engineers. That's the one where the assistant made more
But
than
she
the director.
splits.
Right.
According to the assistant,
There's
$117,000?
Melinda and
I think they have 2 field assistants.
Wouldn't hurt to get an explanation on all of it.
Yeah,
Right.
It'd be great.
just to know.
All right, we'll plan on getting a representative, for sure get some answers on some of these lines. Next is tourism.
Why the large increase on other charges, line 599?
That is, was that some kind of statistical, what was the, we got an answer for that. Don't let me speak out of turn.
Which line were you asking?
$5.99.
There is a tourism event sponsorship, 10,000. America TN 250, 3,500. Tourism enhancement project, 30,000.
That's what it is. Enhancement? So I'm trying to think, and because there's been a lot, but it seems like there's some grant funding that covers that, but or there's already a grant for that, but it's going to have to do with website, and I know that we've done a lot of website design and so forth, but I think it's looking at figuring out how we get more accessibility and all that jazz.
Tennessee River,
Well, we're required to spend 50% of the taxes from the Tennessee River Resort Act on tourism, so this entire budget would end up coming out of that required spending. And I apologize because Nyoka is out for a doctor's office and Ashley's covering the front desk in her absence, isn't she?
Because this is Nyoka, right? This is Nyoka's tourism.
Well, she works hand in hand with Ashley. Ashley does a whole lot with tourism as well.
I was just trying to see somebody's salary there under tourism.
There shouldn't be a salary under tourism. There should only be a salary under economic development.
Oh, okay. That's what I was trying to figure out.
Do you want to go through the line items of her budget request there? If you just kind of read those off as we go down through, that might help spur some.
Tourism enhancement project on 599, Ashley just confirmed that is a grant. On line 302, 39,380, you've got 10,000 for billboard design, 10,000 for visitor guide design and print. You've got 15,000 for digital print marketing ads, 3,000 for promo items, and 1,380 for QR plaques. Under 307, you have $1,000 for Google Suite, Google Office. 316, 30,000, 370, you've got 25,000 to the Chamber of Commerce, and 5370 for Humphreys County Historical Society marker reimbursement. In line 320, we've got $300 for Civil War Trails and $175 for Tennessee Hospitality and Tourism membership. 355, you've got $6,000, $1,500 for the Governor's Conference, $1,500 for the Regional Tourism Conference, $1,000 for Blizzard Reimagined, $1,000 for Southeast Tourism College, $1,000 for other travel, local and across state. Under 399, you have $18,099. You've got $3,600 for website administration, $2,499 for online community platform, $12,000 for Placer AI. Under 435, you've got $3,500, and that's an iPad for digital design, event registration, etc. office supplies, and $2,000 for office supplies.
What I can tell you, and I'm smiling, is when she goes through that, because I swear I think I could spend all my time trying to keep up with what these ladies are doing with tourism and economic development. They are so busy and have so many things going on at one time. It really is hard to keep up with them, but it's a learning curve. So Ashley's been in office for just over a year. I think January 1st was 1 year. for her. And Alyssa, you've been here for 2 years now, and and Nyoka took over the tourism thing, but the three of them together is a lot to try to keep up with, and man, they have it going on. I mean, between the classes and the events and the things that they're going to do, it's amazing how far we have come in that amount of time. And you all, you probably don't, it's not right in front of your face. There's not big flags being waved in front of you, but I'm telling you, they've done a lot. The hits that we get on our websites is up astronomically compared to what it's ever been. The relationships that they're building with the folks from in other communities and with the state of Tennessee, and the other economic development, as well as the industry partners. It's like the check that OxyChem sent for $4,000. That was just a contribution that they decided to, to give to the county because the county's working so hard on economic development and tourism. And there's more of that to come. So I'm still very excited about what they're doing. Thank you.
One thing real quick. I
Yeah.
got a text from Ashley. And I did want to say, part of that travel line was $1,000 for I forget what she called it. Southeast Tourism College, $1,000. She applied for a scholarship for that, so that's going to be reimbursed by them as well. That's not their fund. But she said everything in this budget is Tennessee River Resort Act, and it is under budgeted. The remainder of this balance will go in a restricted use fund that is building up funds that can only be used for the promotion and marketing of tourism.
Thank you. I have contended for some time that tourism and economic development go hand in hand. They're different. I mean, don't get me wrong. One is bringing outside dollars into the county, and another is, promoting economic growth, if you will, in county. So they are different, but they do work closely hand in hand. Any other questions or answers that we need to seek out for you on that? Well, let's go to the economic. Did we cover economic development? I mean, that is where the salary is at a 0% increase. Dues and memberships, travel, office supplies. Any questions on that?
That's Ashley's salary right there.
It is. And this is, we have the 3 cities that contribute toward that as well.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
That's just what we pay.
That's everything, but we get reimbursed from the 3 cities and
For that.
then industry partners. Yep.
Okay.
Airport, the grant funding has initials behind the budget line. Gasoline is way up because we're selling a lot. And look, that's one of the most profitable things that the airport does. So let's keep asking for budget amendments and increasing that gas line because we actually make money on that. We're at near capacity out there. The good news that the hangar that we refurbished is about full with rental. So, everything at the airport. I had concerns. When I came into office, like, the management of all this, and Mr. Fincher does a good job with the airport and keeping up with fuel sales and all of the things that go on out there. Any questions?
I understand the ALP, the layout plan is a grant, but what is that for?
The layout plan?
Yes, sir.
The state, Tennessee Aeronautics comes out, and it's required every so often. They'll go through and look at the lighting and the runways and just all things associated with the airport and make sure that we're in compliance, and that we have something detailed on what the next steps in future years look like for the airport.
All right, thank you.
Yep. Veteran Services, so I have several applications. I'm in the process of bringing them in for interviews to replace Miss Georgine. She had some health issues and decided that she could no longer put in the effort that it took to be the VSO for the county, unfortunately. Yeah. So we're hoping that with the applicants that we'll select someone good to fill the shoes. In the meantime, she's offered to do what she could, temporarily to help us until that happens. So I'll be bringing a recommendation to you all shortly. Liability insurance, work comp, those, we're guessing right now. We feel like that's going to have us covered.
Well, Andy did come back and say that the workers' comp would probably be more because we just had to pay an additional almost $10,000 invoice. And, he said that he felt like that would probably be higher and that he would get back to me as soon as possible.
Well, that's great news.
Yeah. You use it and it goes up.
We're quoting out our health insurance, again, county-wide for the county employees.
We did that as a 15% increase, that's what it was last year, but there's no guarantee until we actually get a quote, which will probably be closer to May before they can get our current carrier to give them an updated quote for the next fiscal year.
Before you panic, that 10 million is what we pulled out of fund balance for construction of the jail. That's why that bottom line number is so astronomical on total expenditures.
Just right above that, though, I mean, just to point out, we did spend about an additional $600,000 over what we budgeted last year in Fund 101.
Are you looking at the amended budget?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and true enough, some of that I'm assuming is grant-related things also, but
We just
yeah.
need to make sure that when we're balancing everything, we keep some in the back pocket.
100%, yes, sir. So that's 101, folks. It's tight. Well, I mean, it's worse than tight, honestly, but a penny saved is a penny earned, right? All right, let's go to 116, solid waste. Revenues, any questions on that? By the way, we have not increased tipping fees at our landfill in probably 25 years. That might be something that we could have an opportunity to look at. I mean,
the landfill, and they're not paying them there. And then there's several that I have to cut off that takes them forever to pay, and until I cut them off, they don't pay us.
It is an issue, but to do that another way, we would have to pay somebody to be at the landfill to collect the money. So that would be another salary. The first line items, of course, these are convenience center grants. That's that funding that we have already budgeted. That work is about to break loose, and I'm excited about getting that going. Landfill operation and maintenance. If you have questions on that, just sing out.
Where is that, where, what page are you on?
Page 28.
Item 169, part-time personnel, requested 317. So far this year, 180. Does that seem like that might be a little bit high on that?
That is all of the convenience center workers.
Correct.
Seems like the 180 is low unless they've been operating shorthanded and didn't have staff.
Well, and then you've got to think that we were closed almost a solid week for the ice, so that cut out a solid week's worth of pay for all of those part-time convenience center employees.
I'm going to put a question mark and verify that, Mr. Hooper, just to, I'll run the numbers on how many actual employees that we have for the duration of a year.
Because even if you added 25% for the last quarter, you're still at, what, 240,000 or something like that, correct?
I almost suspect that number is what it takes to cover all of the employees at the rate of pay if they're there every day all year long, but let me verify.
Thank you.
It might be one of those like this commission was, if everybody was here every time.
Gotcha.
They do experience a lot of turnover and a lot of absenteeism and.
The overtime pay, did they stay late or how did they get overtime pay? I just curious.
They have, for an example, if somebody's out and one of the salary personnel has to cover for them.
Oh, they get paid? They get paid twice then, I guess?
Well, if they put in their normal work week and they have to come out on a Saturday and run a convenience center because somebody didn't show up, there are times when they'll end up in overtime situations.
It's mostly your truck drivers that receive the overtime.
If we haul like a Faker Iron or if they're not showing up to make hauls and we need to get dumpsters emptied, if dumpsters are full, it's not that much, but there are occasions when it happens. So for an example, looking at, we're at 1.3 on expenditures, going back to revenues. We're at 1.366, so, I mean, it's about a $60,000 difference, which is not a lot of cushion when you're building fund balances. Thankfully, we have a healthy fund balance for Fund 116. But you always need to build on that. There will be more trucks to buy. There will be more equipment to buy. There will be repairs, big repairs, costly repairs. There'll be the time when we need to open either new cells and or acquire additional property for landfills. So I would still recommend at some point we look at what our tipping fees are at our landfill that haven't changed in 25 years. We're talking slight. It's not a big deal. It might be a couple, $2-3 a truckload or something, but it adds up over time.
Do we need to look at that now, or would we rather wait?
I'd say that this budget is structurally balanced and we can,
Like the expenditures are more than revenue. Revenues is 1.366 and revenues is 1.462882.
Yeah, we're 100K in the hole.
I was just the opposite. Wait a minute. I was just the opposite.
So which line's the tipping fees?
Oh, you're 1.462 on total expenditures. I'm sorry, I stopped at.
$96,000 in the hole, yeah.
Yeah.
Total revenues of 1.366. How does the 217,000 in grant funding come into play in that expenditure lines? I believe that's included in it.
It is included under, state revenues, 217,825.
It's included in revenues and expenditures.
Yes, it's included in revenues and expenditures.
Did we put their labor burden, is this the first time that's been in their line?
No, in
That's
the
always
6
been in their
months,
line?
It's always been.
Okay.
So whenever you add the labor burdens in on these accounts,
It's gonna get worse.
I mean, these numbers are gonna change quite a bit, correct?
Well, in the 101 fund, the labor burden has always been counted. It's just not been counted under each specific department. It's been counted under one large lump sum.
Right, and that amount will reduce. I mean, the overall budget will should balance out that part. But I mean, coming out of each individual department budget, their number's gonna increase, whereas that,
Yes,
Yeah.
each individual department where we're gonna change it, that will increase.
Yes.
But it will balance out because we have been using it at 58,600.
just wanted to make sure about that. Yeah, okay, so we should see a seesaw action there. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, it's just like when we make our kids start paying their own car insurance.
You do that? You are so mean, Dan.
So our tipping fees is a minuscule amount. I mean, we only have 15,000 in the budget for
Yeah,
tipping
why did we cut
fees.
that in half from last year?
Because it didn't generate the 28,000. To date, it's only generated 13,804.
And I did try to go through the revenues and look at some of the ones that were nowhere near what was budgeted the last year and try to put them as close to correct as I can.
So what actually is, explain to me a little bit about tipping fees.
When they bring in a truckload of debris to bring to the landfill, they weigh in and we charge so much per ton to empty their truck.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not like giving them a little extra money. Not like a tip.
No, it's paying for scaled in
Okay.
debris.
That's what I-
Obviously, we need to do better than what we have
Yeah.
on that.
Well, the good news is we only need to raise them by 600% to offset the 100K.
Well,
we're in the hole.
that's not gonna cover it.
What are they per ton, do you know?
Not off the top of my head. It's,
Doesn't Camden charge us like $34 a ton or something, $36 a ton?
oh yeah, it's nothing like that. We're talking like they'll bring in a 30-yard dumpster and pay $7 to dump it. I mean, it's very small amount.
So do we need to be in the landfill business?
No, we do not need to be in the landfill business, but we are. It's better in one place than in every hauler in the county.
$7 at a time.
It needs to be about $15 a ton.
Well, I can tell you what I'm gonna do is, with your blessing, I'll sit down and we're gonna cut a bunch of these numbers down to the bare bones.
It's gonna have to.
Because there probably is some opportunity.
I would suggest.
And raise our tipping fees. So, allow me. I'll work on it.
That's why they call this a workshop.
All right, next is drug fund. We've already had that conversation. $126 County Fire Fund. You can see our revenues there. It's very simple. We're at $397,000 a year. Equipment operators, that's basically the on-call fees that are paid for responders that show up. He did bump that, and I'll say this, that since we did that, we have more volunteers and more responders that are showing up for calls, so. The one change that you're going to see on this budget is the county fire chief has been paid a stipend of $1,000 a month, and he has requested that we bump that to $1,500 a month. It's been the same since before John Potter was here, so it's been that for over 4 years. You know, I'll go to bat for him. I wouldn't want to do it for $1,500 a month. I'm not sure if any of y'all would, because you not only have the calls all day and hours of the night, but you're dealing with multiple, local stations and just trying to hold it all together. And, this kind of thing is not important to you until you or a loved one is going through some kind of situation. And then you're so happy that there's someone that shows up to help, whether it's an accident on the interstate or a structure fire, whatever it is. And, they're all volunteers, so to speak. So we're just trying to do the best that we can do to try to help people that are in dire need. So the one paid person that we have is the county fire chief, $1,500 a month. Would any of you all want to do it for that? I wouldn't. So I'll go to bat for him, and if he's not worth $1,500 a month, we need to find somebody that is. But and Austin's done. He's done a good job. I mean, there's not a lot of complaints. There's not a lot of issues. He's helping seek grant funds. There's not been a mass exodus of volunteer firefighters. I mean, he's getting the job done. And that's about the best that you can do. You're just kind of getting the job done.
Is that coming out of equipment operators?
No, his line item is
okay, that's other contracted services. Okay, so Okay, I understand you're going from 1,000 to 1,500, but
The city of New Johnsonville's paid out of that line. We bumped that to 15,000
okay.
a year
All right.
for the west end of the county.
The other one that I had a question about was the motor vehicles line item 718. Are they planning on purchasing another vehicle?
He would like to, and we need a brush truck, and we need a quicker response, and the logic behind that is instead of bringing a big, huge pumper truck or fire engine to a automobile accident,
Right.
you could send out a response vehicle and keep that big truck off the road, which I think is a great idea. Quicker response, less risk, less wear and tear. And that being said, his expenditure line is less. Fire department's one of those that we need to build fund balance because there's gonna be the big ticket items that will come along, as in equipment trucks eventually.
And since the fuel has gone up, I did notice he normally does $1,000 purchase order every month for fuel. This month alone, the fire department's fuel was like $2,100.
Yeah, we have to get diesel off that $5 a gallon mark that it's at right now. We just all hope that this mess in the Middle East ends quickly. What's your thoughts on the fire chief?
I'm good with that. He's 90,000 to the positive on his budget with that in there, so I
Yeah.
see no issue with it.
I
That
agree.
the consensus? Thank you.
Yep.
General debt service. I've got to find notes here. We've closed on the McEwen school loan, so we know exactly what those payments are going to be. That, basically, this is not to the penny, this is ballpark numbers, but $33 million loan that's broken up into 4 different pieces has an annual payment of $1,334,231. The jail, $15 million, is basically $570,000 a year for that $15 million, which is going to leave the county with an annual payment of $1.9 million per year. Currently, ballpark, about 1.5 is going into that fund out of county taxes, and we have been putting $400,000 of interest earned into the debt service account wisely with the foreseeing of the expenses that are coming. So here's what I want to talk to you all about today. We pulled $10 million, so that we know that the jail's a $31 million project. It's $28.5 for construction, plus architect fees, third-party testing. All in, we're at about $31 million. We have spent money over the last couple of years for architect fees and so forth, but the short version is we have a $15 million loan that's guaranteed through USDA at 2.25%, which is phenomenal. We pulled $10 million out of fund balance to put down toward the jail project. My plan, and I've mentioned this to you all before, is that we can build this jail without borrowing any more money than that $15 million USDA loan, and here's how we will do it. We've already taken $10 million from the 101 fund balance. We still have a rock-solid fund balance. It's not an issue whatsoever. We're good as far as that goes. We have $2.8 million that we can take out of this debt service that currently has about a $13 million fund balance. Don't hold me to that, but we have built that up with these interest payments that have been going in and the delay of this project. So we have built the fund balance in our debt service account to, I think it's over $13 million. We can pull 2.8 out of it and put it down for down payment on the jail. We also have a restricted fund for the boarding of prisoners that the sheriff's been boarding over the years. We've got about $2.3 million sitting in that account. If we take that 2.3 and the 2.8, don't hold me to the penny, loosely speaking, put that with the 10 million that we've already appropriated, we have just over $15 million to spend on the construction of the jail. When we spend the $15 million, we can close the loan with the USDA and we can receive the $15 million from USDA and then pay off the remaining construction of the jail with that money that we receive from USDA. That lets us finish this project on the Hill without borrowing any more money, without hurting fund balances. And it's from a business perspective, it is absolutely the right thing to do. I will tell you this, that if you finance $5 million for 40 years at 3.75%, which is what today's rate is, you're going to end up paying back $9.6 million, and 4.6 of that's going to be interest. So this borrowing money is just burning it. It's just, you might as well just put it in a barrel and burn it. We don't have to borrow the money. We have it. What we do have coming, we have 2 brand new schools that we have to build, an elementary and a junior high school that's going to be expensive. Our debt service account, when we get this all ironed out, we'll readdress what those payments are going to be. We'll have the money to cover the McEwen School and the jail, which is what that tax increase was meant to fund. We'll fund it. And then we'll address what we're going to do going forward with the new schools. So,
Be debt-free going into that.
I mean, not debt-free, but obviously we've
What I'm
got,
saying is
we've got it
not-
ironed out.
Not having to pay for a loan at that point in time.
Already appropriated that money.
Right.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. It's, I'm 100%, it's the right path, it's the right thing to do.
Absolutely.
So I need you all to give me a consensus, because that's how I want to work the 151 debt service budget for this year, because we'll appropriate this money in our budget for the construction purposes of the jail.
And I know we had a discussion in the jail committee meeting about the boarding, that $2.3 million out of that. And that's, sheriff's good with that.
Yeah.
And
And going forward, y'all, when we use that, from now on, I want to start taking that boarding reimbursements and start applying it toward the actual operation expenses of the jail. We don't anticipate building another new jail for a very, very long time. I won't be here.
That is something we have to look into as to, in the resolution, when that restricted fund was started, what line item that you can pay it out of. Because if it was not appropriated to that line item, we would need to do a resolution to be able to do that.
Okay. I just know that we have it in a restricted fund that can be used for it, so it may require, I think we could do the resolution with the budget, but we'll verify that with audit. Can I get a,
Yes.
let me put it this way, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you. I'm shuffling again. What do we have next? Capital projects? Correct.
Yes.
And I haven't put any of the revenues in there because I was kind of waiting on them to give me kind of an assessment on that.
What page?
42.
Okay.
Yeah, capital projects, if we could probably not dive real deep into this in our first budget meeting, the answer that we have on 151 gives me a very good idea how we need to budget and break out 178. So if we could, 171 and 178. If we could, if you'll allow me this opportunity to have this prepared for you for our next meeting, I'll have that budget done.
Okay.
I heard that.
And so everybody remembers 178 mirrors, that's the school's capital project, mirrors the county's capital project fund, so it's money in, money out, so we don't really need to discuss 178 today either. $189 is the watershed reservoirs. I mean, we put $20,000 in it if there should be any kind of unusual repairs that need to be done, just something that we have to work off from. And we've been taking care of the maintenance of these watershed reservoirs with our maintenance folks and the tractor and equipment that we have. So we actually didn't spend a penny this year, thankfully. Buffalo wastewater. You know, our revenues are down out there from what we'd anticipated. And I mean, when you lose business and folks go out of business, there's a couple of them out there that are not paying their bills that we need to address. It's a hard thing, you know, when you run a water and sewer department. If the bill's not paid, you cut their water off and you get their attention, and if they want service, they pay it. Well, we don't supply the water. We just have a sewer connection, and it's you know, you can't necessarily just go out there and cut the sewer off. But we have businesses that have gone out there, and our revenues are down. So I'm going to be working very closely. In fact, I think I have a meeting Thursday with some folks from McEwen that have been helping us with repairs, and with Kevin Coleman about some issues that we have out there. It's ongoing, y'all. There's a lot of maintenance and a lot of work that still needs to be done. If everything is right, that sewer plant is only at about 25% capacity. That allows for a lot of expansion. We want expansion out there, but we have so many infiltration issues that need to be fixed. When we have the rains that come in, we take all that stormwater on. It's running through our sewer plant, and it's affecting our numbers. So we have got to fix these water infiltration issues at Buffalo. I can cut repairs and get this to a fiscally balanced budget, and I might have to do that. But here's what I'm going to throw out to y'all just for consideration, something to think about. I think that the next 10 years is going to dictate what happens out there at Buffalo. I think that it's either going to get worse and much worse, or it's going to get better and much better. Not bringing up any policy about what we do about it. I'm just saying, you watch what happens out there in these next few years. They're going to be important. on, you know, are things going to start picking up, or is it going to go downhill? And we need it to pick up. I've been having conversations with a realtor. There's a buyer, an investor that wants to buy one of the old dilapidated gas stations that's out there. And he's actually interested in a couple other properties, which would be pretty exciting if we could get some I'm just going to say new money or new investment out there and start picking things up, because that is still the best opportunity that we have to bring outside dollars, tourism dollars, whatever you want to call it, into our county. It's our interstate exchange. There's 50,000 cars a day that travel by. We want them to stop and spend some money, don't we? Because every penny that we get in local option sales tax offsets property tax dollars. You know, there's been some controversial conversations about that. I get that. I understand it. And maybe some people don't want economic development. I can understand that. I can understand that. But that's already a developed area. It's not like, you know, so if it's already developed, it's not like we're dragging people and increasing the traffic count on Mount Zion Road. We're talking about people stopping at the interstate and spending some money and getting back on it and going on. How is that not good for the county? Please tell me how that's a bad thing. So, I'm talking too much today, but, you know, I'm still passionate about this kind of thing. What an opportunity that we have out there. Mr. Rochelle, you're the mayor out there. Don't you agree?
I do, but we can't get nobody on board. Our lighting sucks. And, the roads, they're starting construction now on the ramps right here at this phase of the year, which I guess that's when they get their pavement. But our lighting is awful.
So the wheels of progress turn so slow. You know, the on-ramps and the off-ramps, all that lighting is going to be brand new. Doesn't necessarily help on Highway 13, but at least the ramps is going to be brand new. But man, this has been in the works for 3 years now, and they've still not actually started, but it's going to happen. In fact, and I've got a message on my desk to call David Leahy with TDOT. There's going to be new entrance and off-ramp lighting at the Highway 50 exit interchange also. That one, like, there's nothing there, especially on we share that exit ramp with Hickman County. And there's absolutely nothing there. But the state of Tennessee is going to put all new, and they've allocated this funding in the name of economic development. So, you know, how that plays out, the wheels turn slow.
What has Mayor Ware Lewis told you about the lights through Buffalo?
Well,
nobody knows who owns it. Nobody knows this is what we run into. You know, you got lights out everywhere, and they're not mine. You know?
Well.
Now.
Have they got power to them?
Well, they did before they quit burning about 15 years ago. So
go put a new bulb in.
That's what Meriwether Lewis said. No, it's not funny. If I had to suspect, I'd say it's on the county, probably to maintain that lighting out there.
What he just said, they'd have to have a whole new study if they put brighter lights in because of distortion.
Yeah, it's a TDOT issue. I mean, it would need to be engineered to, you know, whatever their
So
driving
you're saying
standards
I can go get
are.
a box truck and go out there and, you know, a boom truck and.
You could do it, and probably nothing would happen.
Even if they make the bulbs for it now, you'd have to find where the Mayflower went down.
They all would need to be changed out to LED lights. It would be a project, and I'm not saying it's not a project. You know, maybe that's one of the things that we do in the name of tourism and economic development is revitalize the street lighting at Buffalo.
And you know, you go on the south side and we don't have anything, as far as lighting.
Yep.
So, I'm sure the women and stuff are really proud to get off and go over there and everybody give, that project transition about it, but it's really looks nice. I don't know what it will affect or how it will affect, but I don't see nothing negative coming out of it because they have improved that exit.
When are they looking at occupying that?
That's what I'm,
May,
Is it May?
you want to answer that?
I didn't know the answer to it.
May.
Now, what is that in May? What is that?
The
Project
project transition where they're doing the recovery center at the hotel.
Oh, yeah.
And it'll just be 18.
Is that what it is?
At least 3 different times since I've been here, we've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on water filtration, infiltration at the Buffalo place. I can remember $70,000 here, I can remember $100 and something thousand. It seemed like it was like $300,000 one time. Got approved. So.
It's kind of a mess. The water table out there is really high. And we have our lines running right through it. Of course, how many years has it been? 40 years?
Over 30, yeah.
The latest one, and this is what I'm going to look at on Thursday, we had some major excavations that happened on one area, and it actually changed where the water runoff is going. So now we have new water runoff that's going right to our lines. So which are in need of repair, but they're taking on water that they didn't have before. But we have no way of regulating that, so it's an ongoing problem. Honestly, it's probably outlived its lifespan. And
May I comment?
yes, sir.
It probably won't get any better. No matter how many repairs you do on it, it probably won't get any better. Because like Mike said, it's all under the rock. It's in a creek bed. And anything that leaks, the only way you'll fix that is put a force system on it where you can push it.
And that might be an option that we have, and again, you can't do everything at one time, but maybe we identify the worst areas and start doing a force main. At least you keep the infiltration out of that area.
So it's just pump station.
Basically, yes, sir. Instead of a gravity flow, instead of a big pipe with the gravity flow, you're doing a small pipe and you're forcing it through, and you don't have infiltration issues. So what we do know is that it can be fixed, and we do know that it needs to be fixed. So we can't throw up our hands in despair. We have to figure out how to fix it.
I might read, you're throwing money away, like you're talking about throwing it in a barrel and burning it, you're just.
Yeah.
A lot of your municipalities are all going to force system. I think Dixon County, every house has a grinder pump at their house of keeping that sewage moving into a pressurized system where that can't happen. Check valves and grinder pumps. Every residence.
The good news is, y'all, we passed a resolution for the county water authority. I believe that's about to make it through the state. We'll get the grant funding shortly thereafter to start doing the studies. If this happens, if the studies make sense, and it happens, we have just gained a whole bunch of expertise on water and sewer that can lend to the problems we have going on out there. And we can get it fixed. I say we, it'll be they. It won't be us anymore, it'll be them.
And by the time that happens, we'll all be dead.
The wheels turn slow, but if you don't start, you'll never get there.
What about the lighting? What about the lighting out there?
Those wheels turn slow too.
Mr. Magruba, are we going over Highway Department?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we,
Is there anybody here from the highway department? I know, it's a good thing you said something.
well,
Go
just
away,
kinda
what's in
wait.
your packet and use the staple.
Okay, so I put on, I spoke to a lot of y'all, but some of y'all were out. I put a stapled revision of the budget this morning. We changed 2 items on there, and we can, you want me to continue going on, or?
No, I'll need you, I think I just received your updated one, and I've not even looked at it.
Okay, so the first being, okay, so the first being on the revenue side, 40280, the mineral severance tax. Okay, so we originally budgeted 30,000 for revenue, but we were not aware, this was something new to us, and so we didn't know back in February when we was doing this that it was a quarterly, not a monthly. So we reduced it down to 10,000.
And I ran the numbers on that, and honestly, that might even be a little high. It depends on, currently, it looked like it's gonna run about $6,000 a year, but it's, we're still new into it, so.
Right, right. We was figuring 2,500 a quarter. And like
Okay.
you said, that's probably high, but this is new to us too, so.
I think it's been running about 19 to 2,100 a quarter on the just a couple, 2-3 quarters that we have.
Right.
Can I, and please back up 1 second, can we go back up to property tax? Did you all mean to increase that number by that amount, or?
Which number?
40,110?
Okay. So yes, we increased it to 1.3. Because the actual in 2025 was 1.2.
Well, the budget it should meet the budget on property taxes at 1.18.
Okay.
So I didn't know if that was intentional, that you're asking for additional pennies to be given to the highway department, or?
I mean, we can, yeah, it was probably an error. I'm sorry. This was back in February when we was doing
Okay,
this, so.
I was just curious about
Okay.
that.
All right, so we'll go back to that 1.8. Okay, so everything pretty much stayed the same, I believe.
How much we getting done?
On mineral severance tax, 20 cents a ton. And the state collects that. I mean, we don't have a way to police that. I mean, how the state enforces that, I do not know.
They keep the money.
No, they send us, that's what we get out of it. And I'm sorry, Miss Nancy, I
No,
didn't mean
go
to, I just wanted to, that was number one on my
That's fine.
mind.
That's fine. Okay.
On that same token, is trustee collections kind of high, or is that going to be line 4120?
And so we'll probably have to adjust that.
Tiana, you've any insight? I mean, we've already collected 15. I'm assuming that there'll be another payment before the fiscal year end. 25, it was 31,000.
What line are you looking at?
40,120. It looks a little high to me.
That's gonna depend on when they updated it, because when we enter our trustees receipts, we enter those a month behind. So we just closed out March, and if they didn't go down and update their bills in their budget, after they closed March, then this number probably could still be January number.
Correct.
You did that budget in February.
Yes, and we hadn't
And
received
when we don't
February's.
do their stuff, I wouldn't have any way of knowing that.
Okay, so it could be 5,
Yes.
6 months behind. Okay.
Well, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, and also the sale of gasoline, 44135, we reduced it because we don't sell that much gasoline anymore. Different departments have quit coming, so we reduced that down.
And does that match your expenditure? That's not a profit making thing?
No, it's not a
It's
profit.
just a
It's like
in and out? Okay.
Basically, yes.
One thing that the Public Works grants, state aid program, the state, that they're covering is it 98% of paving?
98.2, yes.
And we have got to figure out how to spend that.
And on bridges also, that's on bridge construction too. And we're on a project today, started a project on Forts River Road today, a state aid project. So, yes, we're working on it. We've had, manpower, we've had a few reductions, but we've hired back.
Can you use state aid and hire a contractor to do the paving?
You can do contractor,
Okay.
yes.
All right.
Of course, you won't get that much per mile then, you know.
True, but
But I'm just
you're not
saying-
giving it back to the state.
No, and it's not going away. I mean, we'll use it. Because it's 100,000 mile average to pave. So it don't take long to eat it up.
So if the state allows you, say, round numbers, they give you 900,000 for paving and you only use 600,000, do they bank that 300,000
It
for you
stays.
for the next?
It stays, yes.
Okay,
in our
very
account,
good.
Yes. They
That
don't take it
helps.
away.
All right.
Or they haven't. Yet. And that bridge program, the 46410, that is what we call the 5-ton bridge out there on Boat Springs. It's been allotted, I think this is the second year, and it's just still in the engineering phase. We've not went out for bids or anything, so it'll go into this new fiscal year. So that's the reason we're having to.
Do you pay your own engineering or is the state engineering it for you?
We pay our engineering.
You pay your
yes,
engineering.
and it's through Benesh.
Benesh,
Mhm.
okay.
Just a question, have we received all our FEMA money?
No, sir.
How much are still out?
There's, okay, two something million, and it's not all under contract. We still got to get it, re-contracted. So, yeah. And with the shutdown, they've not had any communication with us with the shutdown.
But so I understand that with that question. I mean, we have been reimbursed 100% of all of the obligated FEMA
Obligated.
funds for the bridge restorations. What you have still out is projects and admin costs and what's the donated labor and
It's
those kind of
donated,
things?
yes.
So we don't know that that's ever going to necessarily get approved.
Or we're still out. I'm thinking like 2 million, something like that. Yes, we still have money coming to us. Let me send a message out and I can get back with y'all on that, okay?
Yeah, if you don't mind, keep me up to date on that. I was thinking that the obligated portions were collected 100%.
Well,
That's
I'm not sure.
probably a Tammy question, isn't it?
Yes, because I messaged her. She'll get back with me. Okay. Any other questions with revenue until Tammy gets back with us? Oh, the hybrid, the vehicle, the 46925, that
we increased it due to the actual being 31,000. We increased it to 35,000, and that's a hit or miss too, but we're still trying to gauge that.
If we're good on revenues, on expenditures, are you all short-staffed? In other words, do you have salary slots that have not been filled?
Okay, so our payroll, we have budgeted for, let's see, we have 36, at the time we did this budget, or we had budgeted for like 36 employees. That's including Randy, Mr. Woods, the boss man. But anyhow, he has several different, we have different equipment operators, truck drivers, foremen, mechanics, bookkeepers. That's how we break ours down. And we do have we figured for open positions so that we could add two. But right now, well, today we added another person today, so there's 37 today. But until today, it was 36 is what we budgeted on. Like equipment operators, we had 4, but now we have 3 open. Let's see, I think it was like 2 in the other departments each or so. So anyway, we had like 10 open positions figured in with the budget as a whole. Okay. Like the bookkeepers, there's 3 of us, Melissa, Tammy, and I. Tammy is considered, she's part-time, but we figured as a full-time person just to make sure that, we have things covered, because sometimes she has to put in more hours, so we was allotting that. So sometimes she's in there more than 2 days a week. It just depends. But, so we just did it on a full-time schedule, that way we wouldn't be, but no insurance or anything she's part-time. Okay. So with that being said,
But that's a fairly large increase there on accountants and bookkeeper on line 119. I mean, I see the amended budget was 143,000, but now we have 166. So that's was one.
Okay.
Who was added?
So that is 3 of us.
Right.
So last year, with the audit, there was a discussion point where they said that, and it was me, I couldn't be under the foreman line paid because I was a bookkeeper. Okay. So they had to we had to adjust it up to the bookkeeper. So that's the reason the increase of the bookkeeper this year. Right. Okay. And then the foreman is less under their line. Okay.
Does that line, if we agreed to 3% countywide, would that need to be adjusted to 3% raise for y'all?
Okay, so when the budget was done, it was done with a recommendation from Mr. Woods, being a $1 raise. And it's an average of 4 to 4.5%. It varies because of the different pay. But anyway, it varies about, and it's $1. Okay, it's what he said. He said he'd like to do $1.
On
and
which
that would
one,
bring
operators?
on all employees.
All employees?
All employees. But like I said, that is figured for, well, at the time, that was figured for 10 extra people to be hired, which we don't have that many hired right now, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And it may not be used, okay? So it might not be anybody else hired. But it's there if he needs to. That way he doesn't have to come and ask for a resolution to amend the budget to hire somebody.
But if we agreed on the 3%, then that dollar would go down then.
We would have to
change it to the 3%.
Yes, and adjustments would have to be made.
I don't think we can do one department like that and then have 3% of everybody else. I mean, if that's going to be across the board, if we agreed that it's going to be across the board for all county employees, and it needs to be all the way across.
I was just presenting what
Oh,
I had.
I know. That's what
Ready.
I'm getting.
That's what I'm saying. I'm presenting what was in place.
And so everybody remembers, the county, we have to maintain a 5-year average to the highway department with our local revenues. So, some of their revenues change for different things, but we are obligated by state law to maintain a 5-year average to the highway department.
Okay, so all the expenditures under the 6,100, not counting the official and the bookkeepers, that pretty much stayed the same. There was an increase with the 317, the data processing services, that's local government. Yes, they increased there, so it costs, quite a bit to have the local government, but they provide us support when needed. We increased the natural gas. We increased it, I think, $400. The water and sewer, we also increased that about $500. Everything else, I think pretty much stayed the same, other than the salary part, the payroll, under that division. And if we move on down to the 62,000, the highway and bridge maintenance. And also keep in mind too, last year when we paid our loan off for FEMA, we reduced some of our accounts, like Code Mix and Stone and stuff. We reduced some of that from what we've had in the previous years to offset the loan, and because we was afraid that we wouldn't get all the loan money back, so we was adjusting our budget. But with that being said, Randy would like to increase it, Mr. Woods, he would like to increase it from last year's to try to get it back up to where we were operating at. With that being said, we don't always use those amounts, If not, it rolls back into our general fund. And we try not to use it if we don't have to. But you never know, like especially with paving, you don't know what the weather, and we're trying to get state aid out, so we try to get it done first. And then we do our local paving, is what I call. And the local paving is under this 62,000. So with that being said, the 403, the asphalt code mix, that is our local paving. Last year we went down to 700, and I believe we was as high as 900,000 in the previous years. So we increased it back up to 800,000. But with, if we need to, we can reduce it back down 100,000 if we need to. Or if y'all decide that we need to, that's fine. The concrete, of course, that's if we have one of these low water bypasses that washes out or whatever, we try to fix it with the concrete, get it settled. The crushed stone, we did increase it because the prices have increased. Again, last year I think we reduced it down also, but and if you look, crushed stone was $394,000 last year, or in 2024-25 actual. So we reduced or we increased it to $350,000. The pipe metal, we did decrease that because the bridges have been fixed through FEMA, and so we've got several less wooden bridges and stuff. So we did decrease our pipe metal down to 50,000. Our road signs, the 911 doing the signage, we did increase that $2,000. We can't keep signs up. We try, we cannot. I mean, we'll put them up one day and the next day they're gone.
Ms.
But-
Nancy, what's the federal through state money? And I'm sorry to go back a little bit. I'm looking at the revenues on page 2. I've got, nearly a $600,000 difference in revenues on that. Federal through state.
Okay. Okay, so that was disaster relief. The federal government, the USDA.
So that was
the
FEMA
federal-
money?
Yes.
Okay. So that being said, that we're down to basically $6,046,000, and that's with, if we still are looking at this property tax correction. And I don't mean to jump around, but it's like, am I looking at this right? Like, we have $1 million more in expenditures than you do in revenues?
It's because we was increasing our budget back up to where it was so we could operate, yes.
But your revenues are not increased. I mean, they're maintaining.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's what we did. I mean, and I do have a message from Tammy. She said we have $2,181,603.05 with overruns. That's not been reimbursed.
It's not been obligated yet, though, has it? Like, FEMA's not committed to that reimbursement, have they?
Okay, well, okay, I'm continuing on. Let me read what she said and then we can, and she says, and $453,284.75 is approximately not obligated for Cat B and Cat Z.
Okay.
So you're looking at 2.6-ish.
Okay.
That we're,
Hoping to get.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. So that will help a whole lot. Okay, so back to.
So with line item 403 on asphalt coal mix, and you said you were bumping that back up to 800 to trying to, and I understand where you're coming from, but 2025 and so far thus this year, you spent well less than half of the original 700,000 budget. And, we're still looking at, I guess what I'm getting at is, if you did not raise that up, that's $100,000.
That's what I say, we can cut that back.
So,
And that's what Mr. Woods and I talked about this morning, cut it back 100,000 and go back down. He was just trying to, and like you said, we've been doing the state aid.
Right.
So that's where we've been putting our manpower for paving on state aid.
okay.
This is in addition to the $800,000 or $900,000 of state aid, correct?
Correct, it's on
Okay.
to the 68,000
Okay.
capital outlay. That's where state aid is.
So the asphalt cold mix was at 800,000, so what would we change that to then?
If seven, if we go to, if
Back down to 7 or lower?
7. Because at that, you might get 7 miles paved. Give or take.
And I hope, please don't misunderstand the questions, because I mean, everybody wants better roads. Obviously, just trying to figure out the deficit.
I mean, that, and also on state aid, the oil that we have to put down, that does not come out of state aid, that comes out of the local paving, the cold mix asphalt. So there's certain things that comes out of that the state aid doesn't pay or reimburse us for, because we can't go out there, well, we could, I guess, maybe try to, but we couldn't go out there and say, hey, we're gonna use so many tons of oil on this project. So that's the reason that comes out of our local paving instead of our state aid paving. In years two, we would pay for our striping out of the co-mix line item. But now state aid does pay that too, so we try to use it where we can.
How much is pavement gonna go up this year?
Who knows? Who knows? I mean, we've got well, I mean, that's just an average. That doesn't include paying a truck, and if we was to contract it out, there you go, you're gonna be paying a truck, We can get trucks, we can get Eubank to haul us, the gravel and stuff, but when we do, that's gonna cut our benefits part out. Yes, we'll get more paved, but we won't. We'll be using the money up. It's basically all you're gonna be doing, because you're not gonna get as much paved, because you're using your money for the contracted services, not the road. Okay.
I remember last year we didn't have enough employees sometimes. Because you couldn't do we talked about maybe you needed to do contract work because y'all didn't have the employees to do the work. But do we have?
If we, like I said, we're up to, today, as of today, we
You
have
added one more.
37.
Uh-huh.
Yes, so we have 37. We've been running, this past year, there was 6 people that were released. And we've hired those people back, so we're back to where we were at.
So you should be able to do your own paving pretty well.
Yes, weather permitting.
Yeah.
Yes, and our tractors, I think they started, I don't know if it was last week or week before last, but they have started back out. The tractors are out mowing. With that being said, I think we have 2 back in Dixon being repaired. So that's our problem, is the breakdowns. And these are new tractors, but the mowers, the heads on them are just not, and the DEF on the tractors are giving us fits.
But you can contract that mowing out too, can't you?
You can, but, well, for one, we don't have it budgeted. And 2, like I said, it's gonna cost a lot more money, so, when you contract out.
So Nancy, in these budget figures, do you have allotted to hire 10 more employees? Is that
Yes,
right? So
yes,
that's higher?
yes, we have allotted for 10 employees, yes.
The other, the capital outlay is where a huge portion of this deficit or difference is. Of course, I understand the wanting in these line items, but the fact is that unless I'm missing something, at the end of the day, there's $1 million difference in revenues and expenditures. So where are we gonna find an extra $1 million?
Okay. All right, so, the 707 under capital 68,707 is building improvements. That is for the roof, and that was one of the changes that we allotted on, that updated. Because we weren't anticipating, back when we did this in February, we weren't anticipating that our roof was ever going to be able to be bid out and done before the next fiscal year, so that's the reason I put it back on there.
Do you think the roof work will be complete by July?
They think so.
Okay.
Unless, like you say, something happens. We can't guarantee that. But yes, they're in hopes of getting that done. I believe, let's see. I believe we reduced that line on the expenditure part to 25,000 for building improvements. So we reduced that in our expenditure lines down to 25,000 for building improvements. So like I said, we're in hopes that the roof will be done before or by June 30th. The motor vehicles, the 68,718, 350,000, that was for the purchase of 2 dump trucks, but again, we can, we can take that off if that would help out.
Are they an absolute necessity at this point in time?
Well,
I mean, I understand you gotta keep on renewing equipment and everything, but I
Right.
mean, is that,
we have some older dump trucks, yes. We sold 2, we surplus 2, but we have some older ones that's got quite a few miles on them also, and like you say, we have breakdowns, and, there we go. I think now we have 9 operating dump trucks, but there's 3 or 4 that's the older ones. I can't remember exactly how many we have,
Do
Yes.
you have the cost of what the 10 new employees would cost?
It was figured in. I do have it in my thing, but I mean, it's
Are
not
they
like-
22 an hour? Is that what you all figured?
Yes. We're at 22, the truck drivers and the equipment operators are at $22 currently. He's wanting to raise them to 23 or give them a dollar raise, so it'd be $23. So yes, we're figured on. So the truck drivers, for 11 full-time truck drivers, and that's adding 2 truck drivers to what we have right now. Each one is $49,340. That's
So I can-
including
if
for
you-
overtime.
If you added 10 employees at 22 plus 3% would be $471,000 plus labor burden, which would be what 15% labor burden? Social Security, Medicare, work comp, unemployment, we don't have to pay unemployment.
You're looking at about that, yeah.
So you're talking about a $540,000 price tag, ballpark, and hold me to it.
What is the other equipment? 300,000, 790.
Okay, so our paver has been giving us troubles, which I know you can't do that. He's looking at a piece of equipment, whether it be like a backhoe, I don't know, it's for greater, will be under that now with the price increase of things, but he was looking at a piece of equipment, to purchase. And at the time, like I said, this was in February, so, and the office equipment right above it, the 719 office equipment. There's 15,000 there. That's for a phone system. And again, we have went out for bids for phone, or we've asked for bids. There's been 2. We haven't, we just did a phone call and they've given us an estimate with, and there's 2 different ones. His call and Covenant, I think it is. We've gotten 2 bids, but we've not moved forward on it, decided on anything, but we put in there like 15,000, and I can't remember what they said, but there's different programs. One, to buy the system, buy your phones, and then continue with a system like we got as far as through ML Connect or to go cloud. And so there's a lot to consider. We haven't really looked at that all that close. We're just trying to get an idea. But that's the reason we put 15,000 for the phone system under office equipment for the new year.
You may have said, I may have missed it. With the 11 full-time truck drivers you're talking about hiring, have you ever had that many people before?
Not truck drivers, not under truck drivers. I think he's usually had it at 10.
And how many do you have now?
We have 9 right now.
So do you really need 11? I mean, do you have something for 10 more truck drivers to drive?
They're not all, 10 is not all truck drivers. 10, the 10 that we've not hired is, it's equipment operators or truck drivers, it's not just one category.
I understand,
Okay.
do you have something for 10 more people to operate, is my question?
Yes, we could, instead of shutting down, like we had to shut down both graders today. We have 2 graders operating. We had to shut down both of those so that those men could work on the paving crew. So yes, we wouldn't have to shut down the operation of the graders while we're paving if we had extra people. As I say, he's not saying that he's going to hire these 10 people if approved. He's not saying that. He's just making sure if he had a chance to, and if we needed to, then we wouldn't have to come back and ask for more money.
We've got to cut $1 million, so I don't know.
Right, that's.
I think if you're open to it, Miss Nancy, and if Mr. Woods is, if I could probably bring our 5-year average and just come sit down with y'all and we kind of discuss revenues, expenditures, and work on this budget. If that works for you all. And I apologize to you because I have been struggling to keep my head above water with everything that's going on. I actually ran over Thursday forgetting that you all were, I guess, out for the holiday. Is that? And I missed you. So I wanted to get by and sit down with you before this meeting.
Yes, sir.
But if you're open to it, I'll make plans to come by and
That's fine.
we'll go through it. I'd like to get it up to speed with Tammy on the FEMA projects as well.
Okay.
Okay. Folks, do we have anything else budget-wise that we need to talk about?
Planner wanted to remind everybody about the state of the schools tomorrow at 8 a.m.
Oh, yeah, reminder that there's a State of the Schools address. Where are they doing that? McEwen at 8 a.m. You're welcome to come and eat breakfast, from what I remember.
The jail. Groundbreaking.
3%.
Jail groundbreaking.
Oh, yeah, and I forgot to go.
Yeah, that's fighting traffic.
I was farming, I was spreading
I spoke with
lime.
Mr. Lanham, Dr. Lanham, earlier, and he said that they're gonna try to block off the first few roads.
For the office.
What are they talking about?
The state of the schools address tomorrow.
Y'all, it was a long day. Mr. Malone, I think by the end of the day, I think we did go by by a line item. But
I don't know if I'll be able to.
the taxpayers, I think, appreciate it. But anyway, I appreciate y'all. Very long day. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Yes, sir.
I hated I didn't get to the jail thing, but I was spreading lime.
I'd ask Chris to speak to me, because he can get anything he wants.
I'm not going to repeat that, Colonel.
No.
I think what we would like to see is just try to,
When's the ribbon cutting?
we could just balance it.
Of what?
And then if you did have to come back and ask for money for equipment or
We
something
can
like
do
that.
it. That's what I'm saying. We can take
That way, May 27, 4 o'clock,
He's better than
up
that.
front, put the tax burden. I guess that's what the way I'm looking at it, my stupid way, I don't know.
I mean, like you say, if we got our,
We can come back and get it back out.
we give us some money back.
I think so,
Saying, because basically we haven't changed anything other than